So we'll have to cut back if we do, in my opinion.
Absolutely. We have cut back because it came in at $4 million over, and we already cut $4 million out of the building.
Okay. Other questions for staff? We'll now open the public hearing for item 3A for the Municipal Building Authority. If you're here to speak on this item, now would be the time. Seeing no one, I will return to the Building Authority. Board Member Nichols.
I've prepared for a motion, but maybe Board Member Pack. Okay, move to approve Resolution 92.
Second.
I have a motion by Board Member Nichols and a second by Board Member McConaughey. Discussion of the motion? So,
Board Member Anderson.
Yes.
Board Member Jacob.
Yes.
Chair Rolfe.
yes.
Board Member Nichols.
Yes.
Board Member Burton.
Yes.
Board Member McConaughey.
Aye.
Vote passes 6 in favor.
Need a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion by Board Member McConaughey, second by Board Member Jacob. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I call to order the City Council meeting of February 22nd, 2017. First order of business will be a Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight that will be led by Tommy Harris from Troop 1136. Tommy?
May everyone rise. State the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Tonight we have a presentation from UDOT.
Thanks for having us tonight. I do want to introduce some people with me. Marwan Farrar with UDOT. He's the project director for the Bangerter Interchanges project. And then I have Brian Chamberlain with UDOT as well. He'll be the resident engineer, the engineer in charge of construction on the two northern interchanges, so 70th and 54th. And then we also have the contractor, if you guys could stand. We have Mike MacArthur back on the left, and on the right we have Garrett McMillan and Justin Anderson. And so UDOT has selected a design-build contractor. It's Ralph L. Wadsworth and W.W. Clyde for the project. And we're just starting to get underway. They're under contract now. We're working on design and doing some preliminary work still. So we're demoing homes. We're still working on some property acquisitions. And we'll be doing some preliminary utility work over the next few months. Full-scale construction for the projects are slated to start around May, June, depending on which one. 70th South in particular will start in May, and it is slated for completion this year, so we'll complete it in the fall in November, and most of their energy and effort up front will be going to that project. Or to that interchange, I should say, as part of the project. As part of 70th South, we came forward and presented about a full closure of 70th. It helps us get some betterment work done that we've been working on with the city, as well as get the interchange built this year. And so later this year, there'll be a full closure on the west side of 70th, so on the Jordan Landing side, and we'll be working with you and communicating not only with the council, but with the residents and the businesses regarding that. The construction in general of both interchanges will be build the ramps first, then build the bridges, and then finish the cross streets. So once the ramps are open, traffic on Bangerter Main Line will move out onto the ramps, and then we'll get the bridge built, move traffic back over the cross street, and then we'll finish the cross street work. 90th South will follow suit. Both of these interchanges will look similar to the one at 78th, where we're taking Bangerter up over the cross street. And the schedule on that is June through the fall of 2018. And so it'll take a little more than a year to complete that project. We have a Meet the Contractor open house for the public scheduled March 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. We'll get you all this information, these details. We just got it scheduled this week, but wanted to make you aware of it. You can come, meet with the contractor, UDOT representatives, ask questions, and learn about the project and phasing and specifics about the schedule if needed. It'll be at Salt Lake Community College at 90th South, and they will provide free parking. We also, as part of this project, have a community coordination team, and from the West Jordan community, we have 7 representatives. We have 1 from the city, and I believe Dave is planning to do that. Dave Murphy will represent the city, and then we have residents and businesses from each of the other locations that will be participating in that. We'll meet monthly, and they'll provide feedback and input. We'll also have an online forum where they can share information and ask questions, and they will vote or they will award an incentive that's been set aside for the contractor to work with the public as best they can. And so that will be an ongoing effort for about 20 to 22 months throughout the duration of the project. We have on the board some aesthetics information that Dave wanted us to show you. We took a lot of public comment last year during the environmental and program management phase of the project. Something that we got from the residents was that they were interested in a pattern on their side of the noise wall, and so the city or the street side, the Bangerter side, will look like the one on the left, which is what's consistent with the pattern that's out there now. It's called an exposed aggregate. On the right, which will go on the resident side of the wall, we'll have an ashlar pattern. Can you scroll through the PDF? There's a number of perfect. So this is kind of a rendering. It's not exactly what the interchange will look like at 70th. In the background, you can see the sign for the Jordan Landing property and development. On the right, you can see that there's a city logo that will go on. It'll go on both sides in approximately that location. And as our design progresses, we'll come forward with more renderings like this, but this should give you an idea. And then on the top, on both sides of the bridge, we'll have Bangerter Highway and West Jordan City listed, and there'll be black powder-coated traffic signals. I think there's one more. This is kind of a rendering of the pedestrian bridge at 70th South. There was a lot of discussion. We talked with you guys multiple times, and we tried to keep the pedestrian bridge as far or as close to 70th as we could. And you can see here where we'll be climbing an elevation, and the ped bridge comes up and over to try to keep it as close to 70th as we can, and that will go in on the south side of the intersection. It'll be one of the first action items for the contractor to get it constructed, and we'll be working with the district on busing if it's needed to make sure the students get to and from school safely while we're working through constructing the new one. I can't remember if there's any more. Is that okay? So that was it. Any questions for us about the project, about Bangerter?
Councilmember Burton.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions. The first one is, when you're doing the construction, you mentioned in the first place that you'll be keeping 3 lanes open on Bangerter during rush hours. Is that still going to be the case?
Yeah, Bangerter will be open. We will have some lane closures at time. Most of those are limited to nights. Or we'll be closing maybe turn pockets, left turns, right turns, and we'll be sharing that information with the public. But mainline Bangerter will flow as it does now as best we can. We will be moving it out onto the ramps once they're constructed, and so there'll likely be narrower lanes to make all of that happen, but we'll be protecting north and south movements on Bangerter.
And then on 90th South and 70th, you can close it all the way, but on 90th, you won't be closing that all the way. Will that continue to be 2 lanes, or will it be down to 1 lane?
The through movements should stay as they are, and at times we'll have to close some of the turn movements.
Okay. And then the last thing is, you may recall when we had the neighborhood meeting over at the elementary school about putting green space where the houses are coming out and trying to increase the amount of that green space by putting up a retaining wall. Is that still in your plan to accomplish that?
We've never had a plan to install a retaining wall. We've been able to adjust our design to accommodate a green space. So we have green space in there, and I can send a figure to the city so you can see the size of that. We're working right now with Dave's team in regards to landscaping and what that will look like. But as far as the space, we have provided room for that. We're not intending to build a retaining wall.
I would like to see those plans, and what would it take to add a retaining wall to that?
As you recall, we are planning to expand, especially kind of on 90th South, for the future additional lane. So adding another retaining wall is going to be more problematic for the future expansion on the southbound off-ramp. So to us, it's not going to be really kind of something kind of fiscally responsible to add a retaining wall where it's going to prohibit us from expanding. So we accommodate as much as we can by installing the noise wall, and we gave approximately 25 feet plus.
It varies a little bit because of the size of the remnant property there. As it's not triangular, but it starts to narrow as you get further south, closer to 90th.
When do we expect that additional expansion at 90th Avenue?
Traffic modeling, and of course with the growth, projected right now to about 2030, 2035, possibly kind of longer, depending on the growth. However, we did instruct the contractor to leave us some room for the expansion for that off-ramp. So that's what kind of the reason we purchased all these homes, and we're sloping that section of the road so we can extend it in the future without kind of any obstructions. As you know, kind of the whole side under the Bacon Road, UGA, it's already constrained and restricted with the current kind of configuration with the structures. So to add another retaining wall to that area really is blocking us. I wish that years back we would have expanded these kind of bridges. Otherwise, we would not be constrained as we are right now. So we don't want to kind of add another constraints to that off-ramp by building another retaining wall.
So would it be possible to build the retaining wall for the future location?
Not looking at the current kind of configuration where this retaining wall is going to be. Again, we hate to constrain ourselves by adding additional retaining wall, which is an area already been constrained with all these other structures.
Okay. And I would like to see that drawing that you have that we
Sure.
could share with our residents.
I'm working on one right now for Mike Gregory that will show just that quadrant. I have one prepared, and I think Dave may already have it as part of the betterment agreement, but I'll make sure to send it to him, that shows both sides, because there is some landscaping and green space on the south quadrant as well.
Correct, you have it on the north and the south side.
Yeah, so I'll send that figure so you can see both sides.
Because I've been getting lots of excitement about those two locations. Thank you for your asking those questions.
Councilmember Anderson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to commend UDOT. I've had the opportunity to sit on a community coordinating council, and I think those are very effective, and I hope all their major projects have that. Is there just going to be the one council for both 70th and 90th, or are they each going to have their own council?
We'll actually have one community coordination team, CCT, for all 4 locations. And so we have representatives from 54th as well as 70th South, 90th, and 114th that will come. We'll meet once a month with the contractor. We're providing the online forum so that we can have dialogue ongoing throughout the month. It just won't happen at the meeting. And our first meeting, I think, is scheduled for the 28th, or will be. We're working on a few of those details in the afternoon. And so late March, we'll have our first meeting. We'll do some introductions. I think our meeting that time is scheduled for about an hour and a half to give us time to do all the business that we need to take care of. After that, we'll meet for approximately an hour and just cover all 4 locations as part of that one project effort, in essence.
Okay, and are they going to be kind of centrally located, because 54th and
We're actually, I think, holding it in this building. If not in this building, it's in your campus. We've been working with the city to try to do it here to be as central as we can and as close to the corridor as we can.
Okay, thank you. And then the pedestrian bridge here, is the height over the elevated portion of Bangerter? I mean, is the pedestrian bridge over that, or is it on one of the?
So it's, if you were to look at a parcel map, I think it's about 5 properties or parcels north of 70th South, roughly. And so we had looked at, I think, maybe 15, 20 options. We looked north, we looked south. We presented to the council, we got feedback from you, and the feedback that we got from the city was to put it as close to 70th as we could, but on the north side. And so what this does is we've moved it further north than it was originally planned to try to capture more students that may be walking down 70th so they don't have to go as far out of their way. But it also now puts them a little higher in the air because you're climbing. We can't put them right at 70th because it puts it too high in the air. And so we tried to take advantage of what we were able to work with and keep it as low as we could, but also move it as close to 70th as possible.
And related to that, I know I've seen large loads that have gone on Bangerter Highway to get to Kennecott, kind of high and wide loads. Are those still going to be able to go through here?
It shouldn't be an issue.
Yes, yeah. So we already take into account for all bridge clearances for these high loads.
Okay. And obviously you're working with Jordan Valley Medical Center.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, Jordan Valley will have a seat on the CCT. So will Sully Community College, as well as we've invited Foursquare to participate from Jordan Landing.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify earlier comments, you suggested that the bridge was going to be on the south side of 70th?
If I did, I made a mistake. It's on the north side.
Okay, thank you. I was worried about that because I know we discussed, and I thought it had been previously communicated to be on the north. So
Sorry about
thank you
that.
for that clarification. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
70th is only going to be closed on the west side of Bangerter. Is that what you stated?
Correct.
Going into Jordan Landing?
Yes.
And the neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get that figure out this week, so you have it.
Thank you. Thanks very much for that presentation. Communications. City Manager?
Nothing, Mayor.
City Attorney?
Nothing from the City Attorney's Office. Thank you.
David Oka?
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
Nothing
tonight, Mayor.
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
Wendell?
Yes, we just, I think you've seen the flyers for it, but tomorrow night is our open house on 5600 West, the project that we're going to be building from 78 South to 8600 South. It's from 5 to 7 for residents to come and ask questions, get information about the project. It'll be held at the West Hills Elementary. That's all I have.
Thank you. Chief McElreath?
Just one item, Mayor and Council. You all might have received a letter, either via email or U.S. mail, concerning an organization, nonprofit that's working to get an app out into the community regarding 911 and providing citizen CPR. So if you get that communication and see it, know that I received it today as well, and we'll be working with our dispatch center and our staff to look at if that's something we could implement here in the city. So just wanted to give you a heads up that if you were able to read that, we are working on it as a staff.
Thank you. Chief Diamond?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We just want to remind everyone that tomorrow we will be celebrating the change of the name of our Justice Center, changing from the West Jordan Justice Center to the Thomas M. Reese Justice Center, honoring Officer Thomas Reese, who was killed 31 years ago in the line of duty. And so that starts at 3 o'clock. That'll be in front of the Justice Center, weather permitting. The way the snow's coming down right now, it may not be outside, but we will move it inside if necessary to get that accomplished. So the public is invited to attend. We'll have refreshments and then tours afterwards of our building, both the police side and the court side. So they're welcome to attend. Also, for the council's information, we recently went through a testing, and we'll have a vacancy with the retirement of Lieutenant Bob Schober, who is retiring next Tuesday. His retirement actually will be his celebration of his career will be Monday at 3:30. And so to fill behind him, I promoted Sergeant Jeremy Robertson to lieutenant, that will be effective on March 5th. and the sergeant, and then to backfill behind the sergeant, Officer Keith Jenkins will be promoted to sergeant on the 5th. We tentatively have that ceremony scheduled for March 8th, and we should be getting word out to the council next, probably tomorrow, and get that taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. City Council, Councilmember Anderson.
Just a couple things. Since our last meeting, I was happy to attend the groundbreaking of our new Public Works building. Also, I've been working with some residents on the 5600 West construction, which the meeting is tomorrow, and also been answering citizen comments that have emailed me about the rec center. So appreciate that feedback, and that's been my week. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Mayor. It has been a busy couple of weeks, so it's been good. Last Wednesday night, we had a town hall meeting, open house style, at the fire station to discuss the forms of government, the form of government change, and that was well attended, I thought. There were a couple of dozen citizens who showed up, and residents who showed up to see the various options and to talk about it. I thought it went really well. I thought it was a really good discussion. Lasted a couple hours, so it was well attended. I was also at the groundbreaking for the new Public Works building, which was a great event as well. I look forward to that building being completed. And on Friday, I was able to be up at Capitol Hill with my daughter, coincidentally. I was able to meet with our West Jordan delegation in the House. I wasn't able to get with our senators. Unfortunately, they were too busy. But our House reps, I was able to meet with Representative Gardner and Representative Coleman and Representative Ivory. They're all doing a wonderful job for us on the Hill, and I just wanted to say thank you to them for their service. Thanks.
Councilmember Nichols.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, I just want to address everybody here. 7 years I've been on the council, this chamber has not been this full, ever. Thank you for coming. I wish this was the norm. I love to see this. That's really my comment there. I also want to thank our delegation in the legislature. They've been very communicative, this session in particular. Even issues right down to the wire when they're calling up saying, how should we vote one way or the other on certain issues? And so I just wanted to let them know we're very appreciative that they care about West Jordan. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Burton.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to remind us all that today is George Washington's birthday. Second, I see there's lots of uniforms in there. Thank you all the scouts for coming. It's a great opportunity to see you here. I hope you're getting your communication merit badge at the same time as you're getting your citizenship merit badge. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. 3 relatively quick items tonight. First of all, again, welcome to everyone who's here, especially the scouts. It's good to see scouts from my home area, from my home neighborhood, also scouts from where I grew up. I was with Troop 490 when I got my Eagle Scout, so thrilled to see some of the same leaders today as I had then. It was not long ago that I was sitting in a council meeting on the other side, earning merit badges and going through the requirements for Cub Scouts as well, so a special welcome. So that's very first on my list. Number 2, there had been a bit of commotion earlier today on some social media forums regarding food trucks, fees and licensing. And I know there have been some informal conversations among some of us, but I just wanted to formally poll the council to see if there is support to give direction to staff to come back with council with proposed modifications to code, which would break out food trucks as a separate type of business, because I think they can be better handled for permitting for business licenses if they're broken out separately, and they can get the attention and have some of those special requirements met. Would there be any opposition in directing staff to bring us back recommended changes to deal specifically with food truck businesses? Okay, so that's item number 1, takeaway for staff to come back with info on food truck. Number 2, we're well into construction on 70th South for the utility project, And staff has been very, very helpful with the communications that have gone out. There's the weekly email that will tell you what closures to expect and what's coming up. One thing that I noticed this week that caught me a little bit off guard was the problem presented by trees that have been planted on the park strip that have been growing into the public right-of-way. Our code requires that the trees be pruned so that they're, I believe code says 8 feet above the ground. We have many on that 70 South corridor that do not meet code, and a lot of those are encroaching into the right-of-way. It's not just a code issue. I'm seeing this as a public safety issue because you're seeing some of these trucks. The example is yesterday I saw a westbound semi carrying, a westbound semi for a well-known carrier trying to stay as far away from the curb as possible, even though the cones were right there, the barrels were right there. They were running up on the side of the barrels to try to avoid scraping up the passenger side of their truck. As they're doing that, they're hitting the barrels, causing safety issues for oncoming traffic, safety issues for those behind them. As I spoke with Dave Murphy earlier today, I understand that we've had complaints from UTA as well because the trees are causing scratches and problems on the buses. Typical code enforcement route allows for a certain amount of time to remedy the issue. However, I know we also have different paths that we can go if it's deemed to be a public safety issue. I think the trees on 70th with the constant lane changes are a public safety issue. And if the majority of the council's in concurrence, I would like to ask our legal staff if they could work with Mr. Murphy to find a way to remedy the problem to make it as safe as possible. Are there any concerns or objection to having legal work with Dave Murphy to see if we can't get those trees trimmed in an expeditious fashion? Okay, thank you. So that would be item number 2 for legal and Dave Murphy. That is all I have for this evening. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. I have one item. I was called earlier today by Councilmember Haga, and he wanted item 10E pulled from the agenda. He is not here tonight. He did not tell me that he wouldn't be here tonight, so it may affect item 9A as well later in the meeting. 10E. Excuse me, 11E. I apologize.
Mayor, I would actually follow right up and say, well, I'd like to have it discussed tonight, so I'd like to keep 11E on the agenda.
If it's his agenda item, is that?
Did I hear correctly? There was a motion being carried through the mayor that Mr. Haga is removing something, and I heard Councilman Nichols indicating he wanted to place it on the agenda. Is that correct?
That's what.
So at this point, I would think that the appropriate procedure, since it has been pulled by the sponsors, perhaps put it on the next agenda.
Well, just a matter of clarification, I actually gave instruction to the city manager this week via email, and I said, if this gets pulled by any council member, I want it put back in with my name on this agenda. He would concur to that.
If that's what in fact was communicated, we probably could have put both names on that. I'll defer to the chair if he wants to have a further discussion, but at this point,
I would want legal advice on it. If we're following the rules of order, I don't know that that's appropriate. He may want to bring it back at the next council meeting. I'm not sure.
Which would be fine. I just wanted to clarify that I did ask specifically to have this brought back with my name on it, should anyone else pull it off.
It can always be brought back to the next meeting.
So would you put it on the next agenda, please, with my name? Yes, thank you.
We'll move now to citizens' comments. I have several signed up to speak tonight. You will be allowed 3 minutes. The first is Kayleen Whitelock.
Good evening, Mayor, City Councilmen, members of the city staff. I appreciate your time. My neighborhood is here tonight to discuss what UDOT has already come and discussed with you. Something I find interesting in their presentation is all the things they can't do at 90th South that they can do at 114th. Interesting. At 90th, we can't move the aquifer, but at 114th, we can. That's weird to me. Anyway, before I really start, I want to also ask everyone from our neighborhood to stand, please. If you're from Sunburst Valley West, please stand and let them know that you're here. So there's a lot of us that are here tonight being represented. We would like to ask you to help us maintain our property values. We've invested a lot in our community and in our neighborhood, and it's a great place to live, and we need your help. What we're asking for is we currently have a retaining wall, and we appreciate Councilmember Burton asking. We want a retaining wall so that our green space can be larger. We appreciate that UDOT's working in a green space, and I think the city is helping with that, so we appreciate that. But I don't see any reason that they can't do a retaining wall other than it's harder for them. And yes, it might cost a little bit more. I understand that, and I'm pretty frugal. But here's the deal. The higher our property values are, the more property tax that our city and our school district takes in. So it's important to everyone. And we're doing this for the greater good of the valley. Having an overpass at 90th probably isn't going to help our neighborhood that much. In fact, it's probably going to make it harder for us to get in and out of our neighborhood. So another request that we have is that we would seriously like consideration to have a light installed at 3780 West Elmhurst Drive. We ask that that be considered to help the residents safely enter and exit both our neighborhood and the neighborhood to the south of ours. Additionally, we ask that the sound wall be placed as close to Bangerter Highway as possible. Currently, with the sound wall gone and the trees gone, well, not the sound wall, the trees and the homes that have been raised, the noise level is already significantly higher. As I walk my grandson down there frequently, I've noticed an increase in noise. We ask that just like at the 7800 where the overpass is, that there's like a 5-foot barrier as you go over the overpass. We ask that that be part of this construction too. Sorry, that clock's driving me crazy. Currently, what you're going to tell us is that they don't want to do the retaining wall. But there's an erosion issue that I think our city needs to look at seriously. We already have an erosion issue at the home at 3638 West Valley West Drive. That home already suffers with erosion because our neighborhood drains there. So it will be a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Miles?
Good evening. My name is Kristen Miles. I've been a resident of this neighborhood that's being affected by this UDOT overpass for over 12 years. As Bangerter Highway has changed and the south part of the valley has expanded, the amount of traffic has dramatically increased, accompanied by noise and pollution. This makes being outside, trying to enjoy our outdoor spaces, unpleasant to say the least. UDOT's current plan is to have a sound wall placed as close to the sidewalk on 3645 West as possible. Instead, we ask for you to consider creating a maintained green space with grass, trees, and possible playground equipment. I will now outline 7 reasons why this would be a benefit to our neighborhood and ultimately to us as a city. First, good landscaping increases community appeal. Second, it will maintain and increase our property values. Third, there's the visual impact of the retaining and the sound wall. Fourth, it protects our drainage system. We sit at the lowest part of the neighborhood and all of the water drains to our street. And as Kayleen mentioned, it's a real serious problem and we ask for you to consider this. Next, there's the improved air and sound quality. I live on 3645 West and I face all of these homes that are being torn down and it is so loud, especially during rush hour. There are cars just going by like you wouldn't believe. There's the noise from the hospital, there's the noise from the train. It's just a real issue that we ask you to consider. Next, green spaces improve property value. Obviously, if our property value is improved, we pay more taxes, and that benefits our city and our schools and our state. Finally, there are studies that have shown that green spaces promote lower crime and enhance self-esteem. West Jordan is a beautiful city, and it's a place that we are really proud to call home. We've been grateful to be able to raise our family in an area that is concerned about the well-being of its citizens. From the successful Healthy Living campaigns, the Western Stampede Rodeo, the many cultural events, to the really hardworking police and fire departments and public works departments. West Jordan is a wonderful place to live, and we would ask for you to continue to show the same care and consideration that this city is known for as you consider the real impact that this project is having on your citizens. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Michael Gregory?
May I approach the mayor and council to give these to the clerk?
Yes, to the clerk, please.
Mayor and City Council and members of the city staff, I appreciate this opportunity. I'm also here speaking in regards to the 90th South overpass and the retaining wall issues. One of the things that I would like to point out that I think UDOT perhaps is not providing full disclosure on to the city is that in their environmental study of the soil, they indicate that there could be a 1 to 3% slope on the particular land that we're discussing. I've since heard from Bo that they believe that that's different than that. But considering that, basically there's 100 feet, or approximately 100 feet from the current Bangerter Highway to 3645 West. So that means that we have a 3-foot slope that we could put there, and then we're going to have a retaining wall based on their initial assessment in their environmental study. I believe that the reason Bo is suggesting that they can do the cut and slope and put the retaining wall partway through the property is because they don't want to have to redo a retaining wall because of the hassle factor and perhaps the cost. And I think that that's being short-sighted, particularly when Bo has commented to me that construction is always iffy and when. Well, I've been a homeowner for 30 years. I've watched this area change, and I would hope that we could put a retaining wall in so that we could maximize the green space, enhance the values, and pay more taxes that would benefit our communities. The second thing I would like the council to consider, you're probably aware that 114 South is going underneath, Bangerter's going underneath 114 South. The city of South Jordan had entered into an agreement with UDOT that preserved and allowed that to happen. I would hope that many years ago, our city leadership had that same vision, and that we've exhausted our search to ensure that we didn't enter into that type of agreement that would allow Bangerter Highway to go under 90th South. And lastly, I want to just address quickly the noise issue. I've had neighbors that have spoke to me about, since the homes have been down, the increased noise. So basically the configuration that we have now, other than adding either an overpass or an underpass, obviously underpass would result in reduced noise, but the noise is coming off of Bangerter Highway. It's funneling down 3645 West, and gratefully, I guess, we have a sound wall for tracks, but it's then bouncing off that sound wall back into our neighborhood, and we're becoming kind of a symphonic neighborhood, if you will, related to noise. So sound really needs to be reevaluated as we now consider that there's going to be perhaps a change from the original design of where the sound wall is going to be. And it may necessitate extending the sound wall to 90th South and even around the corner to preserve the quality of life that we've enjoyed. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire Ma?
Thank you. I've been here 3 times already, include this time. Last time I didn't have enough time. It's about my sewer bill. I just read the email I just sent to Mayor and the councilor. Dear Dirk and the West Jordan Mayor Kim, as you already knew that I was denied the request, the lower rate of my sewer bill by West Jordan Finance Director Bill. but there are still questions I need to know, and I will be at tonight's meeting. Which document indicates that I can't get a new rate? I'm the new owner to the property. The address is 8171 South Buena Vista Drive. I'm not provided the document I have been asked since last year, November. The link Bill sent to me for the fee schedule is very hard to understand. How the sewer bill charged. I asked a lot of neighbors, they don't know. And it's no information printed on the monthly sewer bill, the utility bill. So should West Jordan, a lot of people here, should they know better this bill? Also, should I give the option to turn off the water from beginning? The house was vacant since November when I came here. And so far, just 4 months or 5 months, it's almost $500. I left the sewer bill unpaid because I don't think I should pay $90 per month sewer bill when the house is vacant. And the sewer bill is nothing to do with me right now. It's something to do with people lived there last year. So also another question is, should I have committee members discuss my situation instead of question and answered, phone call and not returned, and one employee's own decision? If I have a little bit time, I want to give a little bit background. I have this house, it's vacant, but my sewer bill just so high. Then I found out the sewer bill is based on last year's water usage, which I didn't own the house, nothing to do with me. So I want the sewer bill to the reasonable rate so I can start pay the bill. I think a lot of people here probably want to know how their sewer bill billed. Maybe a lot of people don't know. So if you print this on the front or back on your bill, I think people will understand better.
Thank you. Alexandra Ephraimov.
Mayor and Council, ladies and gentlemen, may we pause for a moment to reflect upon our common goals before we begin the business of this meeting. We are privileged to gather here together in a system that gives us freedom to participate in our own governance. Whether from within or through the strength provided by our personal faiths, we seek wisdom, understanding, fairness, and resolve in the fulfillment of our duties and in the pursuance of our goals. May our differences be respected and our common aspiration of promoting the public good be our guide in carrying out the tasks we are about to undertake. Thank you. And I want to welcome all the Boy Scouts that are here. This is phenomenal. Welcome, welcome, welcome. 2 weeks ago, I was flabbergasted. I don't know how many adjectives I can say, but one of the councilmen presented a suggestion to the West Jordan Council that the salary of the mayor would be increased from $89,000 to $125,000. That is absurd. It's out of reach. That's a $36,000 increase. And what I suspect this particular council member, see, Boy Scouts, you can come here and complain as well. Anyway, this particular councilman, I believe he did this because he knows his buddy might be running for mayor. And that to me is, it's a possible given. I don't know for sure, but I have heard that. So that to me is, I'll scratch your back if you scratch my back if I scratch. That $120,000 is abominable. That's $36,000 more a year. I don't know what company even raises any of their CEOs or people that work for them that much money. It's abominable. But anyway, I want to ask the Boy Scouts if they know any students in their schools that are bullied. I went to my vet the other day, and a little boy came up to me. He was about 6 years old, and he started talking to me. I said, "How are you? Okay." I said, "How's school?" He said, "Not so good." I said, "What's wrong?" He said, "I'm being bullied." He was black. He was about 7 years old. His mother was white. We have to stop bullying. Boy Scouts, I don't know what you can do about your fellow people that are around. You have to be kind to each other. You cannot bully another person. I was bullied, and I know how it feels. It's not very good. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Randy Jones?
To the mayor, council members, and staff, I appreciate this opportunity to participate in this meeting tonight. My name is Randy Jones, and I'm a resident and homeowner here in West Jordan for 37 years, and I'm here to express my opposition to Resolution 17-18. It is my opinion that the debate at hand comes down to who should be the CEO of West Jordan City and have power to run the day-to-day operations of the city. Should it be the city manager or the mayor? The form of government being proposed states that the powers of a council-mayor form of government are vested in two separate, independent, and equal branches of municipal government consisting of a council and a mayor. Our federal government functions under a balance of power between the administrative, legislative, and judicial branches. Sadly, we see today that while the concept created by our founding fathers has functioned for over 200 years, egos and the battle for power are challenging the very fabric of our Constitution. I have four main concerns about this resolution. Number one, it does not give the citizens of West Jordan the right to choose from all of the options of local government that are available. Number two, the form of government proposed has the potential and likelihood of increasing our government spending with additional levels of bureaucracy. Number three, placing the administrative power in the hands of the mayor while being done with good intentions opens the door to have someone in charge that might not have the education or understanding of the intricacies of law and administrative duty. And the fourth item is, if through the voting process we change from our current council manager form of government, we will not be allowed to return to our current form of government. The current council manager government maintains a very simple balance of power. The city manager acts under the laws established by the majority of the council. This manager may be removed at any time a majority of the council feels that the individual is not upholding those laws. In contrast, if the mayor as CEO were to act outside the desires of majority of the citizens or even the entire council, he or she cannot be removed from office until the next election. History is full of stories of bad actors who have assumed power and authority beyond the limits intended by the law. These stories include finger-pointing, accusations, and investigations that malign the reputations of everybody involved. It costs the taxpayers money and destroys the public trust of government. Historian Sir John Acton very wisely stated, "Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely." I fear that this proposed form of government has the potential to create a struggle between the administrative and legislative branches that can become costly and destructive with struggle for power. We see this conflict in DC and even in cities such as Salt Lake City that have this form of government. I do not believe that the cost and debate is in the best interest of our citizens and respectfully ask that this resolution be rescinded. To the citizens of West Jordan, who do we want to have this power? And again, for us citizens, it is our decision. Thank you.
Thank you. There'll be no displays, or we'll have the chamber cleared. That's all that have signed up to speak tonight. Anyone else wishing to speak on any item? We do have two public hearings tonight. If you're here to speak on those two items, that'll be at a point later in the meeting. You'll be allowed 3 minutes to speak, and please state your name and address for the record. Anyone wishing to speak during citizens' comments? Please.
Are you still doing 10A? What was it?
We don't know yet.
You don't know yet? Okay.
It's not here.
If you're going to do that, I'd like to say something.
10A is the public hearing on the rezone.
Yeah.
So we're still doing that one.
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay, it's James Huntsman.
Yeah, please state your name and address.
Oh,
90.
Oh, you'd like to speak during the public hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. It'll be a little bit later then.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else? I will close the citizens' comments and move to the consent calendar. I would like consent item E pulled for discussion.
Mayor, pull A, please.
A as well.
I'd like to pull, no, I'm not seeing it right there. G, please.
And G, so A, E, and G. A motion would be in order. Councilmember McConaughey.
Move to approve consent items B, C, D, and F.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey, a second by Councilmember Burton. Discussion of the motion.
Yes. Mayor, I may need to redo that motion because it looks like B is probably dependent upon A. A is the reestablishment of the city committees, and B is the appointment of those committees to serve on those. And then C as well. So I think I'm going to rescind my motion and instead offer the motion that we approve consent items D and F.
Seconded again.
Okay, so we have a revised motion by Councilmember McConaughey and seconded by Councilmember Burton. Discussion? Seeing none, let's vote.
Councilmember Haga, do you want to vote on the consent? Councilmember Anderson?
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey?
Aye.
Councilmember Jacob?
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols?
Yes.
Mayor Robb?
Yes.
Councilmember Burton?
Yes.
Vote passes 6 in favor.
Item 7A, we have a presentation regarding recently approved Resolution 17-18, which authorizes a ballot measure to change the form of government to a council-mayor form with a 7-member council, and which approves language to be included on the ballot for the November 7th, 2017 general election. Councilmember Burton.
Thank you, Mayor. I have invited Doug Warzinski to come and speak to us and give us some information. A little bit of information about Doug. He moved here to Utah from Connecticut in the year 2005. He has a background at that time in information technology. Perhaps he could fix our televisions for us. He graduated from the University of Utah Law School in 2010. While a law student, Doug interned as a research student assistant on state election laws, as well as a clerk with the Department of Justice Immigration Court. As licensed attorney, Doug has worked at the Utah Department of Commerce, investigating and prosecuting felony security fraud cases. After working as in-house counsel for a local securities firm, and subsequently working in private legal practice, Doug accepted a position at the University of Utah as a contract attorney. He was also approached by the Utah Independent Executive Branch Ethics Commission to take on a part-time role as the executive director of the commission. Doug was authorized to serve in both capacities and continues serving in both roles. He currently lives in Layton with his family, and he has a PowerPoint presentation, and he will be addressing the council. He's also going to be sharing this information with the audience. The audience won't have an opportunity to ask him questions at this time, but the council should after his presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman, staff. Thank you so much for having me. Not to belabor a point, but I am genuinely impressed with your attendance here. either had the obligation or the honor to teach or present at the state legislature and other council meetings, and I have never seen anything like this. So thank you. And welcome to the Scouts as well, because my son's at a Scout meeting somewhere else right now. So I'm here to present on the various forms of the government that are available to municipalities. This is a very statute-driven topic, and with any thank you, sorry. With any there we go. So with any topic that relies heavily on Utah State Code, just doing a summary feels too little, but going into sufficient detail we'll lose our audience, frankly. So my goal here is to present at a basic level what you've got, what options are available to you, and then hopefully unpack a little bit more about the option that was selected during the resolution. So here in the agenda, that's what we're going to do. We're going to touch on what you're doing right now, the options, the prospective new form. There were some questions that made their way to me that had to do with what happens next in terms of procedure and council members in terms and that sort of thing. And then I call them topics for user research because most attorneys will tell you the answer to any question is it depends. So if you have questions for me, I'm happy to go back and research those for you if I can't answer them now, and get back to you with that. So starting off with your current form of government, just a little background. It's the most common form of government utilized in the United States. That having been said, the distribution is skewed towards smaller municipalities. The city manager, which serves at the will and pleasure of the council, is the CEO, does the administrative responsibilities. Mayor chairs, of course, the council and is a voting member. And one of the distinction is that city manager does handle all the executive administrative responsibilities. In terms of probably the first and most important thing to realize about this, and I'm sure many of you are aware of this, that this is sort of a can't go home again form of government. The state did eliminate this as a prospective form of government to be chosen by cities. It did grandfather in a number of cities, but as you move away from this, admittedly, you won't be able to go back if that's what you choose. According to my research, the cities that were grandfathered in Utah are Cottonwood Heights, Holiday, West Valley City, and yourselves. And just for context, other notable examples of cities that are still running under that model are those listed: Dallas, Phoenix, San Antonio, and Las Vegas. So moving on sort of briefly on the the options that are available to you. The first is you've got a 5-member council, which the mayor is among them. Mayor votes and is the chair of the council and also the CEO of the city. So they have those executive authority responsibilities. There is an option in this forum to limit or expand the authority of the mayor. There are some things they can't take away under the Utah state law. So the mayor will always have the right to cut the ribbon at new buildings and a couple other important tasks. And in this case, the mayor does not possess any authority to veto something that comes from the council. I have to make a correction on this. It was brought to my attention that I forgot to put the word "not" in one of these sentences, and that changes the whole meaning of it, so we'll get to that. So this one is very similar to the 5-member council. Mayor is still chair of the council. The mayor is not a voting member unless there is a specific need for it. Probably the most common that you might come across is the need for a tiebreaker. And if the mayor is a member of the council, you might think it'd be strange to have a tie with five council members, but it's really only in the event that you don't have a full quorum at the of your council members. Again, mayor is the CEO of the municipality, and the mayor does not possess veto power. That is the correction there. I apologize for that. And again, the scope of the mayor's authority can be modified by the council, subject to the powers that are reserved for the mayor at the state level. This is, I'm not going to get into this one a lot. I'm going to present it because for the sake of being thorough, but this is kind of going off the map, you know, monsters be there. This is not a statutorily provided form of government. It is an authority, it's an option that is embedded in the Utah State Constitution. And essentially what this paragraph summarizes that the citizens can vote to essentially start with a blank slate and create their own code. There are processes for that, and certainly the Utah Constitution prevents things from getting too out of hand. But when I tried to delve a little bit deeper into this, all of the cities that have charters are in California. So take that as persuasive or non-persuasive authority.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Councilmember Burton has a...
I'll put it up for just a minute. There's been a lot of concerns that the monitors out there are not working, and they're not. The only place that's working is this screen right up here. So hopefully you can see. If not, someone can move over this way. Our monitors up here aren't working either, but this whole thing you're looking at now will be on our web page. So she's going to do it right now. So those of you who have smartphones can look up and follow in just a few minutes. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, it's quite all right. So the council mayor option, this is what you're looking at. This is the first form that, you know, sort of resembles what we all learned in grade school, the classic separation of powers. You'll wind up with two distinct branches of government here. The council will function as the legislative branch. The mayor will be the executive branch and possesses the full authority to perform the duties of all the executive and administrative powers. You know, these two branches are the beginnings of the checks and balances process. Anecdotally, as I've mentioned, that, you know, the other option, the original option is still very popular. There's the frequency with which this becomes adopted nationally tends to correlate with as the city grows. You may have a 5 or 7 member council under the statute. I believe your resolution has allowed for 7. The mayor in this case is no longer a member of the council. They can't chair the council, but they are welcome to attend, and I believe the phrases can freely contribute to the discussion. You know, mayor, just like the executive at the federal level, the mayor in this case implements the ordinances passed by the council. So the council passes the law, the mayor implements them. To assist in the mayor's job, now having taken on much more responsibility than in other models, they have the power to establish departments and officers to perform the obligations afforded to them. And this is another slide on the same model. Again, this means the mayor is the CEO and the administrative officer for the municipality. In this case, the mayor finally does have veto power, subject to the council's power to override the veto, and we see that at the state and federal level, where if a law is passed at the legislative level, it's either pocket vetoed or outright vetoed by the executive branch. There are procedures in place that the council can take it back up, and with a supermajority, push it past the veto. Again, so that leads into the council being the executive branch. They have the authority to, you know, define the broad policy for the city, and they can specifically they have the authority to adopt land management policies, buy, sell, regulate easements, right-of-ways, that sort of thing. And local examples are Ogden, Provo, and Salt Lake City. West Jordan is now in the top 5 of the largest cities in the state, which is spectacular. And I think, with the exception of West Valley City, you would be the 4th to join this model. it seems like an inflammatory term, but this model is referred to as the strong mayor model. And it is not my opinion, and it is strictly hyperbole. No, it's not hyperbole, excuse me. But it's just a theory that proponents of this model feel as though it gives the city more or stronger voice at the state legislature. That having been said, and listening to the meeting earlier today, it sounds like the legislature has been very engaged with you, so that may or may not be a concern. So no matter what you choose, short of choosing nothing, which is certainly an option, if you choose to change your form of government, as I alluded to at the beginning, this is the good news is it's statutorily driven, right? I mean, a lot of times lawyers have to find, rulings bedded in case law. This is all laid out. It's just there's step-by-step statute sections that tell you when and how things must be done. The Utah code that has the bulk of that is cited up there in Title 10. The new form of government must be voted on by the people at a municipal general election or a regular election. The reference to a 75-day period there is essentially the notice period that the public has to have before it shows up on the ballot. So you're discussing this well ahead of any current election period. But to the extent that you continue to work on this, be sure that the resolution, which is one of the first steps associated with this process, is in place at least 75 days before the election period. Additionally, the election to fill the role, so in this situation, let's assume that it was presented, it was accepted, you are now moving towards a new form of government. You have to wait another election cycle to actually fill the new roles, most notably the mayor and any council positions you may need to fill. And then once you have that second round of elections to put those people in place, if the new form of government officially begins at noon on the first Monday of the January next following the election of officers, which is sort of a familiar timetable for elections. Additionally, this was one of the questions that was posed to me to make sure I covered. Council members that are already in place when the adoption of the new form of government may elect to serve out their term it's their election. If, on the other hand, if this process displaces any current council members, if you had gone to a smaller council, the city, the municipality is obligated to pay that person's salary through the remainder of their term. So if you're not using that person, you need to pay them. And this is, I think, one of the important part. If it doesn't work itself out with the 2 4-year alternating system where you're retaining your council members, you do have to have, in addition to the mayor, council members that are on the 4-year term, but they do need to be alternating on that 2-year schedule. I don't see this term a lot in the Utah code, which is why I made it red. It was, maybe one of the things only attorneys find funny, but if you have to put 2 people on a 2-year term when you elect that new government, you need to figure out who those people are going to be, and it's chosen by lot. I'm sure somewhere in the code that's handled officially, but maybe it's rock, paper, scissors, who knows, drawing the short straw. But that is one of the things you need to unpack when you go there. I'm perfectly willing to answer any questions. These are both resources that everyone can go to. These are also functions as my citing of sources. One thing I'll say to the citizens here and everybody, as my introduction mentioned, I researched election law in my first summer of law school, and I can tell you from comparative experience and then an ongoing experience as an attorney, the Utah State Code, Utah's website, is extremely well put together. I mean, you can essentially do a Google search or your favorite search engine for the concept you're looking for, and without fail, what you're looking for is going to pop up in the first few results. So for those people that want to do a little self-education, the quicker way to just kind of get a brief summary is the Utah League of Cities and Towns. Their website has a PDF that runs through, in layman's terms and without a lot of cross-citing, what each form of government actually looks like. It goes into more detail on what the responsibilities and roles of everyone are for the various forms of government. So I highly recommend that might be your first stop, just to get a sense. And here there is, the specific step-by-step process if you choose to do that. And then, of course, I advocate, you use your resources that you have. I've spoken with your city attorney, and I think we have a common understanding of what the way the statutes govern, and I'm sure that he'd be willing to help, help you through the process of making sure you're doing things procedurally correctly to make sure that you can transition to a new form of government smoothly. And with that, I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Questions from council? Like you did a wonderful job.
Well, thank you.
Questions for you. Thank you.
Well, it's a pleasure being here. I appreciate you.
Move to item 8A. Receive public input regarding, it's a public hearing item, regarding Resolution 17-18, which authorizes a ballot measure to change the form of government to a council-mayor form with a 7-member council, and which approves language to be included on the ballot for the November 7, 2017 general election. We now open the public hearing. If you're here to speak on this item, now would be the time. You'll be allowed 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
For the record, Kayleen Whitelock, 8860 South, 3850 West, West Jordan 84088. Thank you for this opportunity. When I first saw this, I wasn't sure how I felt. And somebody made a comment, and it made a lot of sense to me, and it has me very worried. Because just like you've all noticed, and the gentleman noted, yeah, tonight we're a full house, but we all know that's not usually the case. And not everybody follows things in government. Not everybody takes the time, unfortunately. So my concern is that at times our city in the past little while has had some pretty negative press. So if we put a ballot measure on the ballot, this is what will happen. Oh yeah, we got to get rid of this. It's not working. In my humble opinion, it doesn't really matter what the form of government is, how it functions. It matters who's filling our seats more. And I can attest to the fact that the ladies and gentlemen at the Capitol will work with you if you go and form that relationship. I know, I've lived it. So I think it's a matter of, if we want to be strong at the Capitol, we just need to ensure that our mayor and our council members are going up there, are forming the relationships, and keeping them informed of what we want. Also, I don't know if cities are allowed to have lobbyists, but I know they do, just like districts aren't allowed to, but they do. So I don't know if you do or not, but I can tell you that our neighbors to the south do, and those boys work it hard, because I've worked with them. So I would rather we give our citizens ample time, and I understand that it is only February, and that this isn't until November, but really the decision that you gentlemen make tonight kind of has a big impact, and I don't think our citizens have enough information at this point. And it wouldn't be my favorite form of government out of all the choices, and I believe there are at least 4. And I want one where it's more balanced. I worry if the wrong person is sitting in the mayor's seat, that very strong power could go negative. And that's a big concern of mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
You all look so serious. Good evening, council members. My name's Joel Coleman. I live, am I supposed to give you my address here?
Yeah.
Is that the drill? I live at 8303 South, 5260 West. And just to help you get your bearings with me, I was a city council member previously for a couple terms in West Valley City before we moved here, the second largest city in the state. And also I've been the CEO of several government agencies for the state, currently serving as a school superintendent, run the department, the Office of Rehabilitation. For a while I was the state superintendent of public instruction, and kind of a junkie for municipal government. I've got a master's in public administration, and so this is a very important issue to me. I'm partial to the form of government we currently have here. I'm glad we're grandfathered, and I've seen it work very successfully through some very tough times in West Valley City, which has not been without its own share of challenges. And even my wife is from a very large city that uses our form of government, San Antonio. And I think in order to make a change like this, there should be a compelling reason that something will be significantly different. And I've talked to a few of you and some others too who feel like, yeah, we'd like to shake things up a bit. I don't feel that way. So there's my own bias. I'm really not in favor of going down this road. Now, having said that, however, if you choose to do so as a city council, I would request that you just maybe back up a little bit, take some time to maybe form a citizens committee, an advisory committee that can come in, and I wouldn't say an unbiased way because everyone's got their own biases. And I don't think it would be the worst thing in the world necessarily. I don't think the city will fall apart or anything. But if we do it, we ought to have a little bit of research, and maybe some of us citizens that could take some time and thoughtfully go through the different options that we have and talk about the potential ramifications, the positive aspects of changing, some of the negative ones, and come back to the council with an official recommendation. Whether you follow that or not, you're elected officials who we respect tremendously. But I think that would be really a great process to go through, even if we end up right where we are here, in plenty of time to meet the deadlines for the elections and so forth. So that would be my request to you as a citizen who's very glad that he moved to West Jordan a couple years ago with his family, and we appreciate all of the service that you give to us as elected officials. I know personally that it's not that easy. So those are my comments for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Mayor and Council, Alexandra Efremo, 3735 Judd Circle, West Jordan, 84088. This scares me to death. And I know this came up last year, little rumors came up, and a few people were the ones that were instrumental to say, oh, let's change our form of government. You know, what scares me to death, if we put this on the ballot, and by the way, I'm suggesting this is too quick. November 7th, 2017 is not enough time for all the citizens of West Jordan to get on board and find out exactly what's happening. I'm suggesting that we scratch 2017 and let's put it into 2018. What's the hurry? I don't understand it. Unless there's something hiding behind some pockets and it's a political agenda for some people that are trying to float this. And I know some people were trying to float it. Let's hurry up, let's get it on the ballot. Wrong. We have over 110,000 people in West Jordan. We have to slow down. Look at this room. It's awesome. Too bad it's not that way all the time. But you know what's happening? Why it's full today? Slowly, the word is getting out that, hey, we may have a change of government. And more people are getting interested. More people want to find out about it. But we have to take the time. 2017 is not appropriate for me. It's too fast. We don't have enough time to get into all the little things. And look how long it's taken us to have a full house. I've never seen a house like this. Look at all the extra chairs. I hope we don't have more than 124 in here. But anyway, it would be a fire code, wouldn't it? But anyway, I'm just begging you not to put it on this year's ballot, to wait for a year, give us a chance to think about it. And even if the wrong words come out, fake news, for example, we've heard that terminology. And what if we do go into we can never come back to what we have now. I like what we have now. But somebody has to really, really convince me that this other form of government that started slowly last year in the middle of the year, let's get a petition out, we need a new government. I don't know if because they were bored that they came up with this idea about a new form of government. I want to know exactly the people that started this idea. Tell us why you have to be unhappy with what we have now in order to say, let's change it. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Bryce Hatterley. I reside at the address of 7131 West, 8170 South here in West Jordan. I choose to take some of my comments from a document from the International Council City County Managers Association entitled Council Manager Form of Government, because I think they do a much better job describing some of these issues than I can. One paragraph that says, born out of the U.S. progressive reform movement at the turn of the 20th century, the council manager system was designed to combat corruption and unethical activity in local government by promoting effective management within a transparent, responsive, accountable structure. Later it goes on to say, to ensure that these policies are carried out and that the entire community is equitably served, the governing body appoints a highly trained professional manager on the basis of his or her educational experience, skills, and abilities, and not their political allegiances. If the manager is not responsive to the governing body, it has the authority to terminate the manager at any time. Later it goes on to say, political power is concentrated in the entire governing body. The mayor and council share legislative functions. The document goes on to say, appointed managers serve at the pleasure of the governing body. They can be fired by the majority of the council consistent with local laws or any employment agreements that may enter into with the council. The manager is bound by whatever action the council takes, and control is always in the hands of the elected representatives of the people. Later it says, encouraging inclusion and building consensus among diverse interests, including those of elected officials, the business community, and the citizens by focusing on the entire community rather than centralized interests of one or two individuals. It also goes on to say, promote equity and fairness by ensuring that services are fairly distributed and that the administrative decisions such as hiring and contracting are based on merit rather than favoritism. Under the heading of what kinds of communities use the council manager form of government, 49% of the U.S. cities use this council manager form of government. And then it goes on to say that as of 247 cities, over 100,000 residents, 144 of those 247, or 58%, use this form of government. So for larger cities, it's not just a minority. In conclusion, I just want to add that I have worked in 3. One of those was left out by the gentleman that mentioned. Brian Head, Utah is also one of these communities that has this form of government. I've worked in 3 of these, and problems don't happen unless elected officials try to take the power and usurp it and use it for favoritism and serving other people, but it's worked very well where I've worked. Thank you very much.
My name is Joe Martinez. I live at 1968 West, 7125 South. Thank you for your time tonight, gentlemen. I've lived in West Jordan for a little over 45 years. During that time, I've had the opportunity to work on the Planning and Zoning Commission for West Jordan City, and also had the opportunity be a member of a citizens committee to study various forms of government. At that time, State Public Safety Commissioner was Larry Lennon. I was privileged to work with him on that committee and several other members of West Jordan. At that time, we visited several communities in our area and visited with mayors, council members, and others in discussing which would be the best form of government for West Jordan to move forward. And guess what? This form of government has worked for this city for many, many good years. And I don't understand why all of a sudden someone proposes that we should change our form of government. I really think that the root cause of this is for selfish reasons. Why would we, for any reason, want to change a good form of government at this time, unless there is a selfish reason? There is a proposal to raise the wage of the mayor. That's incredible. I'm on a fixed income. Social Security give me, yeah, Mr. Haga, go ahead. Move your head. Roll your eyes. I got $36 a year more this year on a fixed income. And you're proposing to raise the mayor's budget $36,000. That's crazy. But the point I want to make is the important thing for this city to look forward to is to organize a committee once again to visit the various municipalities and come up with a good plan, and then make a proposal, and then ask the citizens if they want to even put any of those proposals on the ballot. Why are we in such a rush? And why are we at this time wanting to change the form of government? Answer that question. Go home and look at yourselves in the mirror and say, why do we want to change this form of government? There's someone who resides on high who said something like this: the first and great commandment is to love the Lord thy God, and the second is like unto it: love your neighbor as thyself. That's what you, brother, need to do, is to look at that aspect and then run the government accordingly. Thank you.
My name is Bart Barker. I live at 2324 Henry Ellis Court here in West Jordan. I would caution all of us to not ascribe inappropriate motives to any elected official for doing their job. I haven't decided yet how I would feel about the change of the form of government, how I would vote if this stays on the ballot. I know there are several forms of government that are available to West Jordan, including the current one we have. But whether this resolution stays in force and this goes on the ballot as it stands, whether nothing goes on or whether a different form goes on the ballot, I'm surprised that it's been 4 weeks since this resolution was adopted, and the residents of West Jordan did not receive at least a postcard in the mail advertising this public hearing. And perhaps a public hearing in a larger venue. We have a good group here tonight who heard about it word of mouth or looked on the website at the agenda for the city council meeting. But this is an important topic, and if additional action is taken and this moves forward toward the ballot and other public meetings are held, I know there's one more public hearing coming, perhaps there's a way to publicize that one more effectively. I've heard that there was a concern that sending out any kind of publicity or any kind of notification would be construed as advocacy for the ballot measure, which I don't think is an accurate concern at all, because notifying the public of a ballot measure in a neutral way is not advocacy. being involved in local government for more than 16 years, I can tell you that's not the case. I would encourage the city council to do everything it can, if it goes forward with any kind of ballot measure, to provide significant notice to the public of public discussions and of the information they need to make a decision, comparing forms that are available for them to vote upon. And obviously the question on the ballot will be yes or no on whatever is proposed. They need to understand what we have and what is being proposed. Finally, I would like to commend the City Council for the hard work that you do. The average citizen has no awareness of the amount of time spent outside these meetings by City Council members and the amount of time spent in their neighborhoods, in their districts, and it's a great sacrifice away from their families.
Steve Jones, 3234 West, 6920 South. If this is a kind of indication of public support, I think you need to listen to the constituents. I've been able to participate in Councilman Jacobs' town hall. There were some great lessons learned there. And also I have another endeavor with one of the council members to go view a city that's using the strong mayor form of government. Just from the one town hall, while I still am happy with the form of government that we have, the form that's being proposed is still the bottom of the barrel for me. In talking with people both sides, and I just think that there's probably one in that list that would be a much more compatible with the residents of West Jordan. So while I know there's a lot of hard work and and I understand some of the things that goes on in the background and have been going on in the background, one of the things I walked away from in our town hall was, has been already mentioned, that most of these forms of government will work when everybody's working together. Where they fall apart is when there's conflict. I would counsel as a citizen that those conflicts be resolved. There's no place for it. And that if we are really hard and fast in changing our form of government, that it be done as it's being laid out by others before me, that we do it in a concise and proper way of being able to vet it. I think it's important that we as citizens have a deeper input to what is going on, even though we may not know all the things that may be going on in the background. There still is some items that just, I don't think they'll go away no matter which form of government that you have. So I feel better with some of the other forms that are available, and I would just like the opportunity to be able to hear why and why not those are valid before we take this big jump and put basically all our eggs in one basket. I think the people have spoken pretty good tonight. Listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Chad Lamb of 1434 West Highland Hollow Drive. In 1981, I was 6 years old, and I lived with my parents in Dixie Valley. It was a great place to live, and I enjoyed growing up there. We had a park down the street that was built and still there today. Better playground now than what we had back then. Now I'm 42 years old, and I live in West Jordan as an adult, and I love this city. And I'm grateful for all that you do, Mayor Rolfe, and I'm thankful for the council and for all of your time. You're sitting here listening to us and not being able to talk back to us and give us input, but I'm grateful that you're listening to us and letting us give our input. But now that I'm 42 years old and I live in West Jordan as an adult, lo and behold, West Jordan is still here under this form of government. And 42 years from now, it can still be here under this form of government. I've been following the council for about 3 years now, and every year someone has brought up, let's change the form of government. This is the third time in 3 years. I pulled up an article from 2005. There are some names in here. I won't go into the names. I can pass it around. It's been going on for a long time. So my public input tonight for this is, let's stop trying to change the form of government and just run the city of West Jordan. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and
Please state your name.
staff. I'll get into that. I'm sorry. I forgot. It's not at the end yet. Craig Deering, 8717 South Royal Crest Drive, West Jordan, Utah. Greatest city in the nation. Can I ask a question? That you've got public hearing 8A. I'd like to hear what 9A and B are before I spoke, but is that possible? No? Okay. You know, West Jordan, first of all, I'd like to agree with member, I don't know what his title is now, but Barker, that a lot of people get up here and they say things about legislative or elected officials that are so untrue. I don't know where they get their information from. I've never seen some of these people here at meetings for years. They're great people, but you can't stick your head in the ground and all of a sudden one night a year come and act like you're speaking like you know what you're talking about. That's number one. Number two, our form of government has been looked at many, many times in West Jordan. I've sat on 3 of those commissions. And we keep coming back to saying, okay, let's keep it the way it is. And I agree that it is the people that you elect up here that make any form of government the correct form of government. But it seems like in West Jordan we've worked with this form for many years, and we keep coming back to the same point, no matter who's the mayor, no matter who's on the council. And I just want to say that if we can, if the people, and I agree with most of them here tonight, that the people need to know what you're looking at, not be in a vacuum. We need more input. Am I not speaking loud enough, Dirk? Oh, 1 minute. Oh, I gotta hurry. Thank you. But if we can get some information to the public, still have a vote by the end of this, by June, so that we can get it on the ballot for this year, I think that would be the best thing we can do for our citizens, for you, and for staff in this community. We can move on with a better life. Thank you so much. Oh, perfect.
Jay Thomas, 1348 West Barton Hollow Drive. Again, thank you for holding this hearing and hearing us as citizens. I do know the time it does take to be a councilman and the commitment it is required of you guys. So with that being said, I'll make it really short. One of the things that has not been brought up about all of this is the fiscal impact to the city. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed to the public. because no matter what we do, it will be a fiscal impact. And so we need to take those figures and consider that as part of the overall package. Another thing is, I think a citizens group is crucial before this gets put on the ballot. I know it's been discussed several times in here before about putting a citizens committee together, but I think at least like some sort of ad hoc committee and stuff would be something that definitely you guys should look at. Last, and like I said, I'll make this really short, I do think the CEO of the city does need to be held accountable by the citizens that vote. With that being said, I'm not even sure which way, if the vote was today, whether I would vote yea or nay. There is a lot of other ideas out there, or things that we can do instead of that particular one. Is that the appropriate one for our city? I don't know. But we do need a lot more citizens' input, and we definitely need a lot more citizens to be aware of all of the choices and stuff, and I think that is a real critical item. Thank you.
Anyone else? I will close the public hearing of 8A. I move to item 9A, reconsider resolution 17-18 regarding a ballot measure to change the form of government to a council-mayor form with a 7-member council, and approving language to be included on the ballot for November 7th, 2017 general election. Councilmember Haga.
Excuse me, folks, and I wanted to say I apologize for being late, my voice is a reflection of laryngitis, so I hope you can hear me okay. What I'd like to, if I could, before proceeding, is clarify my reconsideration, because it's been publicized that, and I was going to put this up, that I was going to somehow rescind this, or I don't know what the other term is. Those are not my agenda items, and I'd like that made known to the public. So on the agenda where it says I'm sponsoring item 9B, PDF, I am not. So what I would like to do, if I can have some privilege here, Mayor, because the sponsor of the resolution and I haven't had time to look at the final reconsideration items, take a short recess, if that's possible, and see if, which is Councilman Burton, by the way, if he's okay with some of these amendments that I propose. I just haven't had time to go over them with him and where he wants to stand. Can I make that motion for a short recess?
You can.
I move we move for a short recess, five minutes.
I second that motion. A motion by Councilmember Haga, a second by Mayor Wall. Discussion of the motion. Councilmember, no. Let's vote. It'll be a 5-minute recess only.
Councilmember McConaughey, you want me to take roll call?
Yes, please.
Councilmember McConaughey? Aye. Councilmember Burton?
Yes.
Councilmember Haga?
Yes.
Mayor Wall?
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob?
No.
Councilmember Anderson?
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols?
Yes.
The vote passes 6-1 in favor.
5 minutes only, please.
So here's your resolution.
we tried to put together a way to allow them to read it. And then he said we could get a number for you to 61. Yeah.
What I thought was interesting was that you got people level.
Councilmember Haga.
Thanks, Mayor. So again, I appreciate it. Hopefully you bear with me while I struggle with my voice. Thank you for the extra time and the privilege there. I do want to say to the folks out there that due to human error, the agenda item that's a PDF on my agenda, I did not author that, and I want just to make that public. It was just a mistake, and so I'm not in support of this request for council action. that's on my agenda item. That was just kind of a clerical problem, so I don't know where that came from, but I asked the city attorney if I could just explain that.
That's correct, Your when the item was prepared, it was prepared by our office in conjunction with what we wanted to give as many options to the councilman to amend, to resolve by way of to strike. We tried to come up with as many options to give you, and so when it was changed from 9B to 9A, I failed to make the corrections there as well, so I apologize.
Again, human error, we all. And then again, I am a proponent of the vote to go out to change the form of government. And I know, I appreciate all the residents that have come out. And one resident talked about how long he's been here in this city and how long this issue has been in front of our city. And it's been in front of our city 40 years. And probably 35 years ago, the question went up to a vote, and of course it failed. And our city then has almost quadrupled, probably more than that since then. And there have been people out there like you all. I was one of them that stood up here as a proponent of not changing the form of government. Let's look at other options of form of government. And mayor form of government at that time, 10 years ago, was really probably one of the best. And so this is a 2-month experience for myself. I don't think it's a 2-month experience for Mayor Rolfe and some of the other council members that have been in political service in the city. But please understand, this is a question that is going to the residents. I value the intelligence of our residents, that they can read. There's going to be a pamphlet that's going to be published. If you read the resolution that was passed, written by Council Member Burton and passed by a majority of the council, it requires a pro and a con, and then also rebuttals of those pro and cons, and it's sent to 110,000 residents, or, homes, whatever would equal our total voting. So as far as education, I think a pamphlet that's mailed to everybody in their home before the vote is pretty good information. Now, more comment. Every 2 weeks, we allow folks to come up here and talk about anything. And if it gets closer to the vote, when that day comes, hopefully we have more dialogue, we talk about it. But it's not the council that's deciding what form of government we have. We're just saying, perhaps maybe if we think about this other form and let the residents decide. But, 2 council meetings ago, we passed this resolution. There's a majority of the council. It was sponsored by Council Member Burton. And I wanted to reconsider some items, not that are posted here, but after discussing with Councilman Burton, I've decided just to pull my reconsideration. Thanks, Mayor.
Item 9B, discussion and possible action regarding Resolution 17-28, amending Resolution 1718, a ballot measure to change form of government to a council-mayor form with a 7-member council by 1, changing the effective date to June 14, 2017, and the 60-day revision cutoff date to August 13, 2017, to allow for additional public input, and providing the council members to complete their terms of office in the event the ballot measure is approved. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. So as we've been going down this journey, there's a couple things in the original resolution on the 25th. January 25th, in section 3, it just noted that the resident shall elect the mayor and all 7 council members at the November 5th, 2019 municipal general election. And in talking with the city manager, the city attorney, that's not all accurate. So my resolution changes that so where the 2 at-large seats that are currently on the council would continue in their 4-year term this election cycle should the resolution pass, or should the ballot measure pass. So they would have 2 years in their seat in the current form of government, and the second 2 years in the new form of government. They would not need to be elected at the 2-year, at the change in government. The other thing that's been a concern, which residents have noted tonight, is just having public input. There are 3 options where residents can vote. Number 1 is bonds, which allow them to tax themselves. Number 2 is to elect people. And number 3 is to change their form of government. And the way the 17-18 was written is the 60-day window began January 25th and ends on March 26th. And that 60-day window is set by state law. And after that 60-day window, it goes hard. It becomes on the ballot regardless of any other input that we receive. And so in collaboration and in a spirit of cooperation, I have moved that to the latest that we can address it for this election cycle, which is the county clerk needs to have the ballot language approved by August 22nd. So the termination date of which this council can choose to either rescind, modify, or change the resolution would be the meeting in August, the first meeting in August, so that there's ample time. And that allows us as a council to gather input from our residents on which form they would prefer. It allows us, if they don't want a form, to be able to rescind. It just opens up a lot more opportunity, I believe, to receive the public input. And those are the 2 changes. So one is to allow the first one is to allow the at-large council members, which the terms of office are included in the packet on the PDF, but it would allow them to continue the first 2 years with the old form and the second 2 years with the new form, and then moving the dates out to August so that we can complete the public input properly.
I need a legal clarification. Before we go on the discussion, this item needs to go for a vote of reconsideration, doesn't it?
That is correct. It's a motion for reconsideration under the modified Roberts rules that West Jordan has adopted. It is within 2 of the previous vote, but it would still need to have a vote as to moving forward. Think of it, one way of looking at it is we built a car on a certain date, you elected to create it, now you have to make a vote to open up consideration to add doors or roof, whatever you want, before you can even have the vote to add those 2 items that Councilman Anderson identified.
Thank you, that's what I thought. Councilmember Anderson, I guess the only motion available at this point is motion for reconsideration of 17-18.
So I would move that we reconsider resolution 17-18.
Second. Point of order, Mayor.
First, we have a motion by Councilmember Councilmember Anderson, and a second by Councilmember Jacob. Discussion of the motion. Point of order?
Yeah, point of order. Legal opinion, because we have strict council rules on reconsideration. On reconsideration, and if my understanding is not correct, I'll defer to our city attorney if the mayor allows. Reconsideration, which I did, I was a prevailing vote. I agendized the item. actually 2 weeks ago. And you need a second for the reconsideration. And I think we're lacking the fact that this was a reconsideration of 1718. It was never agendized as a reconsideration, only as an agenda item with other motions. Can it be reconsidered by somebody that didn't declare reconsideration?
So your concern is the captioning of the way it was listed within the agenda?
Okay, I'm struggling with my voice, so I apologize. It might be that. Reconsideration requires that you be a proponent or one of the votes that passed the measure. Number one, which this gentleman with Councilman Anderson qualified. Number two, you have a second, and it be on the agenda 2 weeks after it passed.
I'm looking at Section H of the City Council's Policies and Procedures, Voting Procedures. It says reconsideration of decided matter or issue is discouraged. However, requests will be considered by majority vote if orally made. That's now been made by Councilman Anderson. A motion for reconsider must be made by one, a member of the prevailing majority when the previous vote was taken. Councilman Anderson was a member of the four. And two, within 2 regular meetings following the previous council vote, unless a majority of the council determines that a significant new information has arisen which warrants such revelation. So at this point, I believe he can, having had the second, have discussion further as to whether or not you're going to allow further consideration of that motion to modify.
We have a motion by Councilmember Anderson, a second by Councilmember Jacob. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, let's vote. On the reconsideration of 1718.
Correct, reconsideration to discuss 1718. Mayor Ralph?
No.
Councilmember Haga?
No.
Councilmember Anderson?
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols?
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey?
Aye.
Councilmember Burton?
No.
Councilmember Jacob?
Yes.
The vote passes 4-3 in favor.
Now with that motion having been passed, now you can sort of address the issue of how you want to modify 1718, and that's reflective of what I believe Councilman Anderson has been marked as 1728.
Yeah. So, and I may have gave all my presentation before we did the resolution. But it's still the same. It's keeping 1718 as it was originally passed, moving the dates, and for allowing for additional public input and public hearings, and then correcting the terms of office for specifically the at-large councilmen.
And for clarifications, that is attached as a term of office on the very back last page is a spreadsheet that talks about the current. There's a bright line at 2019 and 2020. We would be in the middle of a mayor's term when the change, if approved by the citizens, the mayor would leave that office with 2 years left. He or she would have to be paid for the remaining 2 years, and then new council members could be elected in districts 1, 2, 3, and 4. The current members who are at large would continue into the 2020-2021 terms, holding over, as Councilman Anderson has requested, and the new council member in the new form of government would be elected that year in 2020. Would have to run in 2019 and be sworn into office in 2020.
Councilmember Nichols.
Hang on to your seatbelts.
First of all, I applaud what's being attempted here. Councilmember Anderson, I want to applaud that. The problem with 1718 was the 60-day idea, and I applaud the fact that you're trying to address that. I like the idea of letting this stretch out as long as we can, because the 60-day requirement is absolutely ridiculous, and I can't believe that the resolution was put that way two meetings ago in the first place. That being said, I'm completely against this resolution. Let me explain why. To the benefit of most of those in here, with the exception of perhaps Steve Jones and maybe staff and maybe a couple others, they've heard this before. I'm not going to go through the long thing. There's a long version. You'd be here for 40 minutes now, so listen to me. If you want, it's recorded. You can go back and listen to it. But the short version is this. The public today was loud and clear. We had 10 people speak on this issue. I didn't hear one of them publicly state that they like the form of government that's being presented specifically on the ballot right now that this initiative proposes. That is my issue. It's completely, trying to think of soft terms here. It's irresponsible to simply go forward with this ballot measure with the public having one choice. Go to that specific form that's been dictated already, the 7-member form of council, and not giving them the other options. And even former, which is part of my former argument before and why we went down this road in the first place, is when you cannot return to our current form of government, you're not really being faced, you're not giving the public an honest choice. Because the legislature's made it impossible for us to come back to the council manager reform. And we'll go down the list, folks. Did you see the list of those cities that they listed up there that are using our current form of government? This is West Jordan's form of government. And this argument is that we're growing and we need this better form of government. Well, those better forms of governments that the cities that they're claiming is Chicago, San Francisco, Philadelphia, New York City. Is that what you want to become? I want no part of it. The cities that I want to be represented by are those like Phoenix, Las Vegas, San Antonio, Dallas, Oklahoma City, Charlotte, Raleigh, and the list goes on. Those are cities with a council manager form of government, and that's what our city has right now. 65% of our cities in the United States within our size limit. Now, when West Jordan builds out, we're going to be a little bit bigger. We're not going to double, but we're going to be a little bit bigger. Probably going to be somewhere between 140, hopefully not 160,000 people. But when you fit that demographic in, that's between 100,000 people and 250,000 people. And you think of cities across the entire United States, and that demographic, 65% of them have our form of government, the council manager form of government. There's a reason for it. There's less corruption, it's more transparent, we have a professional manager in charge, and that professional manager gets direction from a legislative body, not from an individual. There's an important distinction. I didn't intend to go down that road, but I think it's important with this kind of crowd that you hear that. Before you vote this year, because the way this is being proposed is that it's going to be on the ballot. Now let's take a step back. I want to also applaud Councilmember Jacob this week. He had a town hall meeting. It was, I'd say it's well attended. There were 15 who weren't members of the city staff and weren't council members. There were 15. For an open house, that's good attendance. We generally don't have that kind of attendance, and I applaud you for putting that forward. But the most important thing I learned that night was a key element that comes tonight. It's the fact that there was this ballot initiative that this council passed 2 council meetings ago to put a specific form of government on the ballot this fall. And that tended to drive the conversation. Because everyone said, well, I kind of like that one. Well, we're stuck with this one because this is what's on the ballot. And then someone said, well, I kind of like what we have. Well, your only ballot option is this one because it's already been selected. And it became the center point of the conversation. Every time we came back, I kept hearing our conversation come back to that, the fact that this is the one thing that's on the ballot. That's not an honest debate, folks. Honest debate is when you have a clean slate and you say, what do we want to do? That's honest debate. And this public deserves that. And that's my opinion tonight. We shouldn't even be considering going down this road because if we pass the resolution that's being proposed by here, and this is where we're going to pass on this, if we go down with what's being proposed by Councilmember Anderson, the choice we're all going to have is, do you want the 7-member council form, or do you want to, or not? That's your choice. So what's the conversation for the next 6 or 7 months going to be? Do we want that form or not? It's not going to be, do you want the 6-member form or a 5-member form or another form of government? It's going to be specific to that initiative that's being proposed here tonight with this resolution, and I'm absolutely against it. I could go on and on. That's where I'll leave it for now, and hear where the conversation goes. Thank you.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try and pick up where Councilmember Nichols left off. Again, with the appreciation for trying to fix some of the issues that are out there, but there are still a lot of issues with the question as it was presented. When it came up, I ran through a laundry list of different things that I saw as issues. Outside of council meeting, I had a number of conversations with a number of folks on the council pleading that we fix some of those problems. We have a few of those items that, frankly, my concerns about had been previously disregarded. Now they're coming back up for potential amendment, but that's only some of them. Going back to the analogy of the car, we put together a car, now we had to, or our legal staff is commenting about, we put together a car, we've got to discuss whether or not we're going to vote on making changes to it. This seems like, well, we can put 3 wheels on it and make it somewhat functional, but that's really not in the best interest of the city. What's in the best interest of the city is rescinding the resolution and starting over. The biggest issue has been process. The way the process needs to run is we need to find out, first of all, if there's a desire from the citizens to make a change. If there is a desire from the citizens to make a change, we need to hear from them what they would like to do. We need to have plenty of conversation, plenty of debate about what the different options are, what the potential impacts are going to be, what things will improve the city, what will the detriments be. And then once we've narrowed it down to the best options, multiple options available, those need to be presented to the voters, again, if they want to. The process that we've had has had minimal public input as well as council input. As a council, we didn't even discuss the options that were out there. We discussed the one option that was brought here. And when I asked why that option was the one that was presented, the response was, I drafted the resolution, so I picked what went in. That's very concerning because it needs to be a decision by the people. It needs to be what the people want, not what we think it should be. When you look at making a decision as to how we govern, the decision as to how we govern is going to have far more impact than anything else that we have on our agenda today. And when that original resolution was passed, we didn't look at any of the options. Somebody who I greatly respect made the comment that we need to think about conversations regarding our form of government as a mini constitutional convention. The founders of our country went away and they said, we're not going to put time limits on it, we're not going to put a set time frame, we're just going to discuss the different alternatives until we figured out what is going to work best for us. And then they proceeded without any artificial timetables or time limits to try and hash it out amongst themselves. One was presented to us from a list, and that's not the right way to do it. One of the comments that was made was that by making some of these changes to the ordinance or to the resolution that was previously passed, this, quote, opens up opportunity to receive public input. Well, any limitations to public input were artificially put there by the majority of this council in the first place and are unnecessary. The right way to go about getting the public input is to rescind what was previously done and start over. I've said before, I have no issue asking the question of residents if they want to vote on this, but we need to do it right. I would be in favor of going down the approach of putting together a committee of residents and staff and council to look at the issue, to look at the different forms, and to figure out how we should best proceed. I'm very much against the idea of us just prescribing, here's one solution, go vote. If you truly are a proponent of that form of government, I would think that you would want to make sure that your case is as solid and bulletproof as possible, and you would make sure that you've answered any concerns the residents had before you put it up there. We've heard that the question as to the form of government has come up repeatedly over the decades. So let's put it on the ballot. Well, it keeps coming up. The question doesn't die. So yeah, maybe it should be put to a ballot. But if we take this one option and we put it out there and then it fails, what's going to happen next year? Well, yeah, but that's because we didn't ask the right question. Let's ask a different question. And then we go down the same route again? If we're going to ask the question, let's do it the right way. Let's start with the citizen committee to determine what they want, if they even want to hear something. There's been suggestion that this has to be done on this year's ballot. I think this year's a good year to start it, but I don't think it should be done that quick and force the change in government to happen halfway into the term of the mayor. I think that introduces a fair amount of instability to our government. We talk about working to build relationships with the state legislature. If we're having a mayoral election and people don't know if they're running for potentially a 2-year term or a 4-year term, I think that's going to cause issues and a fair amount of upheaval. If we were to ask a question, I would think that the change in the form of government, if successful, should go into effect with the term of another mayor. And if we take that approach, we have plenty of time to ask the questions, form the committees, do the research, figure out what the impacts are, and have it on a ballot a couple of years down the road so that we can ask it when the timing would be appropriate. I think if we try and do it quicker and try and squeeze it in this year, we're not allowing for public input, sufficient public input, sufficient study. I think it's rushed, and we're going to get a product that we're not happy with, and in the end is a disservice to the residents. Again, I'm supportive of researching. I'm supportive of going down the path of saying, do we want to research this? I'm not a proponent of the amendments because I think that's putting a 3-wheeled car out on the road that's just not, it's not roadworthy yet. I think we need to start from scratch, and if we really want to do this, it should be done the right way. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Burton.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for council, if I may. So with this that he is proposing, he is suggesting that we change the timing when the 2 years in the election for the at-large persons. If we do not go with his newly formed resolution or the adjustments that he makes, could we still make adjustments to that with the resolution that's out there right now?
We can take our best stab at trying to explain what it was you were intending to do, and if someone wants to challenge and take us to court, we try to have to defend that. The similar argument was made when a city incorporated or changed their form of government up in Weber County. There was no explanation setting forth the holdover for the mayor's position. The judge in that case ruled, because it was an absolute change of government, that the mayor's position was being eliminated. So if we don't clarify it, we can make our best argument and see if everybody's accepting of that, but there's no guarantee that somebody might want to challenge.
Thank you. And then the other comments I want to make, that's all the questions.
Councilmember Haga.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to just, I don't want you to respond, but I want to maybe in your mind think, who has read the resolution that was proposed, 1718? What is the question that was passed on the resolution in 1718? And that's where I want to go. That, when we were elected, along with our staff, we took an oath to uphold the laws of the state of Utah. And what this resolution, and I'll go one by one, and our city attorney and the author, I think, did a fantastic job by taking every part of the resolution and applying state law to that resolution. This isn't something that was just dreamed up. And the one would be the ballot language. Just that simple question is state law. And it's State Law 10-3B-605 that was in this resolution that was passed. And the question basically says, shall residents of West Jordan change its form of government to council, mayor form of government with a 7-member council? Yes, no. Now, we didn't make that up. That was your legislature. They have decided that's the question. If you want to change this form of government, you ask the residents. That's what will be on the ballot. That's what is on this resolution. And I did want to address Councilman Anderson's concern about the district council members. Because if you're elected to office and you're a District 1, 2, 3, 4, and this form of government change, same I would assume with the council at large, that you have the option to remain in office because you're in elected office. That is addressed in this resolution with state law. And I'll quote it if you want, but I don't want to really go into a long time, but very well written. The council members have the option to stay in office. If they choose not to, they can collect all their money that they would have gotten if they stayed in council and move forward. The other one that's really important is, again, following the state law. Why do we have to go to a vote of the people? Can this council arbitrarily decide that we want to change our form of government? No, it's in the state constitution that any time you change your form of government, you do it by a vote of the people. And that goes back to our roots. You know, Councilman McConaughey talked about our forefathers. Hey, I'm proud that our forefathers told the English folks, even though I have descendants, that we want to be self-governed. We want to choose our destiny. We want to decide. We want to vote. We don't want you deciding. And that's what this does too. This allows our residents to make a decision by ballot whether this form of government should be effective, yes or no. And it's pretty simple. As far as debate, I've already addressed this before. State law, again, remember, we're following along. This resolution states this. We're supposed to have public hearing. The public hearing should be in this forum of the city council. The other one is a pamphlet. I mean, if you've ever been in publishing, just the complexity of what work has to be published for this is, all you that are residents have options to be published in this pamphlet. So do you want to debate? You can submit your either your proponent or opponent to the city election official and have that published in the pamphlet. That's debate. However, there's going to be people that will have the option to rebuttal your argument. That's debate. So before the question is asked, I think the state law has laid out a clear way, a clear path, not only for education of the residents, the question and who have been elected stay in office if they do. They have that choice. So again, I think this resolution is very well written. Is it perfect? According to the city attorney, no. But we respect his opinion. But I want everyone to know this resolution is based on state law. It's not an arbitrarily decision of any council member on how we proceeded to do this. And if you haven't read it, read it. It's online, and everything is referenced to state law. And that way you'll know more specifics about this isn't council deciding for you. It's just we want to exercise the process that the legislature has allowed us to use. And that is send a question to the residents. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of corrections to some of the things that have been said in the last couple of minutes. State law 103B605, now I'm not a lawyer, neither is any of the council members up here, does spell out exactly how the question needs to be phrased. And it says, shall, state the municipality's name, so I will, shall West Jordan, Utah, change its form of government to the state council-mayor form with a 5-member council, council-mayor form with a 7-member council, 6-member council form, or 5-member council form as applicable. It does not say that you have one choice. It says you get to pick one choice out of 5 choices, or 4 choices. 4 choices. It does not say that, sorry, state law says this is the one you have to pick from, and that's the one you have to pick from. That's not what it says. State law website. Look it up. Couple other things. The timing has been discussed. It's a problem. It's much cleaner if it goes on the ballot next year. There's been a chart prepared. I think it's only by the attorneys. I don't think it's public knowledge at this point, but I would request that we make that public if we can. The chart that shows what the terms would be, similar to the chart that's at the last page of the staff report on this item, that shows how the terms of office are played out if the election is this year and it passes, with these amendments as proposed by Councilmember Anderson. And there was another chart prepared that showed if it was on the ballot next year. I would request, if there's no objection, that we ask staff to make that public. I don't know if we can do that. Can I just ask you to let me share that?
Before I release a document, I'll need verification that 4 other members have said that's okay, because it's a new work product.
I'll leave it for now. We'll talk about it later. Then another question, procedurally speaking. If resolution 28, right, 17-28, does not pass tonight, then resolution 1718 is off the table. Is that correct? Unless it's put back up?
No, it's on.
If this new resolution does not pass, 718 stays as it was.
Okay, well, 1718 has been a motion to reconsider, and that's what we're reconsidering here.
And you're reconsidering it sort of with this boxcar recreation of 1728, and if it fails, then 1718 remains in place. Because you didn't file, it wasn't a motion to rescind, as pointed out by one member. You're actually looking to replace sort of what 1718 looks like with 1728. If 1728 fails, 1718 stays.
Okay, appreciate that, thank you.
Councilmember Anderson.
Can I get a little more clarification on that? Because I don't quite understand. Do we have another resolution in front of us?
Well, I haven't heard the motion yet, but the potential motion could be to approve 1728 as presented in the document that's before you as Exhibit 9A. I guess it should be.
It's 9B now.
It's 9B, but that motion is actually looking to sit inside what was 1718. But if you vote that down, if there's 4 votes that do not support Councilman Anderson's new proposed resolution, then 1718 remains in place.
Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarification, not to highlight anything, Councilmember Jacobs in Part 6, Section 605 does have the word "or" in between the third and the fourth form, so it can only choose one form on the ballot, so the word "or" is in there. We cannot, by state law, that's that we're referencing that a lot, we cannot include all 4 items. We have to have one item vote yes or no. Also, if it does appear on the ballot, state law also indicates that the form of government if it passes, the form of government cannot reappear for 4 years. So that's another item to be aware of. The 60-day period from the date of adoption to its termination is also set by state law. 1718 has, and I'm not an attorney, but if I misspeak, feel free to jump in. The 60-day is prescribed by state law, so when 1718 passed on January 25th, that set the date for March 26th. That is a hard date, so once March 26th passes, then the ballot language will appear on the November ballot. And we can have town hall meetings and we can have public hearings, but at that point we can't rescind, we can't modify, we can't amend, we can't tweak. It is set in stone. So that's what we're talking about, state law. My effort was to develop, and it still is this way, in a spirit of cooperation. I've communicated with every council member. I didn't pick sides. It was in a spirit of cooperation to be mindful of Councilmember Burton's resolution, and the language on 1718 says, and this is not, I don't mean to take more than a minute, but I won't read fast. So the resident, so 1718 passes. Okay, we vote, it votes through in November. The resident shall elect the mayor and all 7 council members at the November 5th, 2019 municipal general election to take the oath of office on or after Monday, January 6, 2020. Theoretically, you have all 7 brand new council members. The new mayoral term and the 3 new council members shall be 4-year terms running from January 2020 to January 2024. The 4 new district council seats shall initially be 2-year terms. So in this election, the 4 councils would have 2-year seats so that we can be staggered. So that's in the resolution. And in talking with the attorney, the question was the 2 at large that if this passes that would be elected this year. So this would be Councilmember Haga's seat and Councilmember Nichols' seat. Under this resolution, they would serve just 2 years and then have to run again. But under law, state law, correct me if I misspeak, they're still a legislative individual. They're still on the legislative body. The job description, for lack of a better word, doesn't change for them. So they are permitted to serve a 4-year term and cross over from the previous year to the new year. So maybe this is not perfect. However, it is an attempt in the spirit of cooperation and collaboration to draw upon what was voted on the 25th of January and allow opportunity for additional public hearings, for additional public input, and still be on the ballot in November. We have to start somewhere. And I think there was enough residents here tonight that were talking about liking to see what is all out there. What are the possibilities? And I think this is a very valid resolution to achieve these goals and still stay true to the original motion. Thank you.
Before I allow any further debate, we need a motion on the floor. Allowed a lot of debate to this point. We have no motion at this point.
Mayor, point of order. I just wasn't finished when I had the floor a minute ago. I did thank staff for answering my question, but I wasn't finished when I had the floor and I was interrupted. Can I? May I? I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead. I move to. Tell me if this is legal. I move to rescind resolution 17-18.
That's not a proper motion.
Why would that not be?
This is to reconsider resolution 17.
Going back to the language that was at the top, I want to read it one more time. I do not believe the councilman can make the motion to rescind today. It was not listed as such. I think that motion can be placed on the agenda for the next council meeting. The motion that was presented was a motion for amendment. There is, under the Roberts rules, you can do a motion to that is not listed if you receive 2/3 of the vote of the sitting council. So instead of 4 members, you'd need 5. That's what the Roberts rules indicate if the resolution has not been previously noticed.
Thank you. In case I'll wait until an acceptable motion is made before I ask for more floor time. Thanks.
Councilmember Haga.
I move to ratify resolution 1817 as written and move forward. Point of order. In our council rules, we have the right to ratify resolutions as a council.
I'm looking at table, page 27 of the council rules, and I am not seeing the motion to ratify.
So therefore, we divert to Robert's Rules order, which allows ratification of resolutions.
Then that would again require, I think, a supermajority vote, a 2/3 of the city council to vote for that, because the city established these modified rules and have set forth all of the different motions that are appropriate. And I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing it.
Well,
let me,
go ahead, Mayor.
As chair, I believe that there are only two motions
That's
that
the
can
real
be made.
problem.
One would be to approve resolution 17-28, or one to not approve motion 17-28 at this point in time.
Yeah, the Councilman Jacob made a motion to rescind. I didn't hear a second.
He withdrew his motion.
Oh, he did withdraw it. Then I heard Councilman Haga make his motion. I have not heard a second on that. So I'm sort of jumping in front of all of you and sort of interfering
No,
with your
we're
ability.
asking for a legal opinion. In my legal opinion, neither motion that have been made so far are a valid motion.
I don't think the chair needs to recognize the last one. I don't recognize it as one that the city council has previously identified as appropriate.
So our council rules are clear when we do not spell out an action through civil order through our council rules, that we default to Robert's Rules of Order. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that's why if you haven't had the rule previously identified, you do have to go with the majority, the 2/3 majority.
To use Robert's Rules of Order for ratification of a resolution. I'll respect my city attorney, of course, always.
Councilmember Jacob.
I move to deny ordinance 17-28.
Second. We have a motion by Councilmember Jacob and a second by Councilmember Nichols. Discussion to the motion. Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Mayor. The reason, and I think actually 17-28 is probably better than 17-18, but I think they're both so messed up that I need an opportunity to rescind, not to approve. And so we'll take that up another time. The founding documents of our country have been referenced a couple times tonight. I really like them. I've got them framed and hanging on my wall at home because I'm that kind of a nerd. I'm wearing patriotic socks right now. You can't see it, but they're stars and stripes. Anyway, that's just mine. The Declaration of Independence, if I may, talks about unalienable rights. We've kind of, everybody knows that part, but what people don't know is the next paragraph, which says that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed, which is what we're attempting to do here, is to get the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, those ends are the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and certain unalienable rights. Whenever any form of government, it's in the Declaration of Independence, becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and institute new government. It says a sentence later, prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes. It's in the Declaration of Independence. I know it's not law. It's a nice treatise. I really like it. I don't think our form of government is destructive of the unalienable rights of our citizens to pursue life, liberty, and happiness, and acquire and property and all that other stuff that's in there. I think that if we get to that point, by all means, let's talk about it. In fact, I'm willing to talk about it now. And in that vein, I would like to direct staff to bring back the motion or to bring back on the next agenda.
Point of order, Mayor.
We have a motion on the floor.
Directed staff.
I'll say that one. Thank you. I'll say that one.
We have a motion on the floor. Any other comments as to the motion? I would like to make one. It's been stated that we don't have representation at the legislature. It is legal for us to have lobbyists. We have two of the best lobbyists hired by West Jordan City. 3 years ago, we hired them. We have fantastic legislators that represent our area that are being heard on the Hill now. They engage with us on a regular basis. Councilmember Nichols stated that. We're well recognized on the Hill, and I just wanted to put that to bed. Do we have a comment? Please, Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. I am in support of the motion to deny Resolution 17-28. I recognize the concerns that were brought by legal, saying perhaps there are some issues with this. I recognize the issues that Councilmember Anderson brought up. There are some things that definitely need to be fixed. I just disagree with the idea of partially fixing it without just going back and doing it right the first time. So I would be in support of a motion to rescind and then start the process the way I see is correctly, but I'm not able to support a partial fix that lets us kind of hobble along. I would rather just start from scratch. So I will support this motion to deny Resolution 17-28. Thank you.
Councilmember Burton.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things I've heard several times tonight is why we're only putting one choice on the ballot. And last year, I called the Lieutenant Governor's office, who was in charge of the ballots throughout the state of Utah. And I called him again this year to see if there was any way we could put more than one on the ballot at a time. And there is no way to do more than one ballot at a time. Is that correct?
There is an argument that has been made that if you put two on, it would have to be each would have to be a denial of the current form of government, and that's usually done through an initiative process. If there were enough people to come forward with enough signatures to put one form of government on, moving away from the present form, and the same number of people could get a second form of government by initiative, there is an argument that if you had those two ballot measures side by side, the one with the highest percentage could be selected as the form of government. But you cannot put within the same ballot question three forms of government. The mayor and I worked tirelessly last year trying to get the Lieutenant Governor's office to give us the option of leaving the form of government we have on the ballot with a new form of government, strong mayor, and a third option. The Lieutenant Governor's office informed us if we tried to do that on the ballot, they would challenge us in court saying that they thought that was inappropriate.
Okay, so that's a good reason to keep it where it is. And this new resolution doesn't change that or make any changes on there, so I would be in favor of opposing that resolution, if I word that correct.
Councilmember Hagan.
Thanks, Mayor. This is where I think I'm going to take myself out of the debate. And the reason being is, I've been a proponent of mayor form of government for a lot of years. I actually had a PIC called West Jordan City Government along with other sponsors. We ran initiatives. I was filed with the Lieutenant Governor's office, our political issue committee. And I believe right now, 1718 is a political issue. And so I wanted to make, first of all, a declaration. I've dissolved my political issue committee. One reason for this, because I think it's a conflict and I don't want to be in the debate. The other one is one of my members passed away. But with that said, I'm probably going to stay neutral on any changes and hope that our legal staff and the sponsor of the resolution and the remaining council can come up with conclusions to make this presented to the residents legally and it's upheld in the courts. So I won't vote either way. I will probably vote I'll abstain from this motion. Not that I'm against it or for it. I'm going to bow out of the political issue debate now.
Just for clarification, abstaining is a negative vote within our city rules.
That's all. Councilmember Nichols.
Thank you. I apologize for that interruption, Mayor. I have a bad habit being next to him. I raise my hand instead of using the light, so he doesn't get his attention once he looks this way. That was my mistake. I'm supportive of this motion, obviously, but I want the public to understand what this really means. This means we revert back to 1718, which I really think it's... the reason why I'm supportive of this motion is one specific thing. Having a ballot initiative that 4 members of this council voted for, that said this is the form of government without any public debate, I'm completely against this. Before we can have a ballot initiative to debate, we should have the debate to decide which ballot we should be considering. It's completely out of order. This is the classic cart before the horse scenario. So I'm supportive of this because it forces our hand back to 1718. It forces the 7 of us to realize that 1718 was a bad thing and to rescind it and do this the right way. Thank you.
Let's vote.
Councilmember Jacob?
Yes.
I'm going to stop for a second. Everybody's aware it's to deny Resolution 1728, correct? Okay, yes.
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey?
Aye.
Councilmember Burton?
Yes.
Councilmember Anderson?
No.
Councilmember Haga?
I'm going to abstain. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Nichols?
Yes.
Mayor Rolfe?
No.
The vote passes 4-3.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to direct staff to bring back the ordinance for the next agenda, 16 I don't remember. It was the ordinance that we were considering last year to form a committee to examine the form of government issue. You recall the ordinance, David, Mr. Ricky and I worked on it together. It was never passed. It was a resolution, sorry, not an ordinance. And it was never passed. I would just like to have that brought up for the next agenda.
I think to be clear, the council can't have an opinion on this issue from here on out.
That is correct. It's a really fine line that the council members will begin to walk, particularly after the 60 days, and it's a set item. If there's an appearance of either support or opposition, and that can be support or opposition to the current form of government, one could argue, then there's a chance that someone could file a complaint with either Sherry Swenson, the county clerk, or Lieutenant Governor's office. That's where those complaints. I will represent right now, I think filing a complaint with Ms. Briggs would be worthless. She would have to conflict herself out.
What?
But that support can be, you probably shouldn't put signs in your yard, or excuse me, in the city, windows if you work here. I suppose I'm addressing the council or the department heads. We have to remain neutral so as to appear to the entire public that we have not picked one side or the other.
I appreciate that. Do I still have the floor? I appreciate that sentiment. Our 60-day period is not over yet. I would like also place on the next agenda a motion to rescind 17-18. But I would like a citizens committee to be formed. We discussed this last year. A citizens committee to be formed to study the form of government. I'm not advocating one way or the other. I'm asking for input. I think that's my job. Now, if it's not my job to collect citizen input on an issue that is, I guess, until that 60-day window expires, that's still in front of this council. And if it's not my job to collect citizen input on an issue that's still in front of this council, then this is not a representative form of government. Maybe that little Declaration of Independence paragraph that I quoted is in play here. This is representative government. I aim to represent the citizens of the city, my district and the other districts included, because what the heck, I vote on stuff that concerns everybody.
We have a legal staff, and I would state that we have a resolution. I voted against not changing it to Councilmember Anderson's, but it is now a resolution that is in place at this particular time, and as I understand the law, it's a third-degree felony for the council or staff to get involved in one side or the other of that. Is that accurate or not?
While doing so on city time or on property, if you're doing something at your own home, you can be an advocate there. But if you're here in city council time, you're walking a very thin line. And I can draw an analogy of which, and I'm using a bond issue rather than a change of government. But if a Board of Education having a bonding issue in front of the public begins to advocate through their website, their school website, to either deny or pass the bond, that's when the complaints will be filed. So I'm not hearing Councilman Jacob having ever done something like that on our website. You don't have control over our website as I understand it.
I sure hope not.
So, but it is you are opening up yourself to criticism if it appears that you're here on city property advocating one way or another.
Okay. Once again, just for clarification, I am asking that a citizens committee be formed to discuss the form of government. Before anybody else tells me I'm committing a third-degree felony, can I get an opinion? Can I ask for this council to vote on whether or not to form this committee?
I don't think forming a committee itself is a violation of espousing one way or another against 1718 or in support of 1718.
Okay.
The committee concern is if the committee begins to identify 1718 as a problem.
Well, it's not my committee. I'm not asking to chair the committee. I'm not asking to even serve on it.
Okay.
I want to hear from it.
Does that answer your...
That's not my question. The other... the 1718 60-day window to rescind 1718 after 2 public hearings and hearing from the public, that's still open until March 26th, right? Because we denied 1728.
That is correct.
Okay, so I am still within my rights to say on the council dais that I am in favor of rescinding 17-18.
That is within the 60-day window, so you're within that right.
Hallelujah. Okay. I would like then to have a motion to rescind 1718 on the next agenda under my name, and a motion to form a committee to study the forms of government on the next agenda, also under my name.
Point of order, Mayor.
Either way.
Point of order. Is this a reconsideration? And I don't know if the councilman was a prevailing person on the resolution to...
No, a rescission is basically to look at, we build it, and now we're going to throw it out. And so that motion is quite different than a motion to amend. Again, you'll have to have a second and obtain 4 votes to rescind. Excuse me, Mayor, I apologize. I'm talking very close to 9 p.m.
We need a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Move to extend the meeting to past 9 o'clock.
Second.
A motion by Councilmember Nichols, a second by Councilmember Haga. Discussion of the motion. Councilmember McConaughey.
Is that open-ended with no definite termination time?
It is tonight. We've got a long ways to go. Right?
It's about debate. Oh, excuse me.
Councilor. Okay. Let's vote.
I still had a light on there, if I could.
Are you speaking to the motion to extend the meeting? Please, let's vote.
Councilmember Burton?
Yes.
Mayor Rolfe?
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob?
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey?
No.
Councilmember Haga?
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols?
Yes.
Councilmember Anderson?
Yes.
The vote passes 6-1 in favor.
Did you have a comment? I did. Okay.
Just, this is something that, as a council body, and I think we have a, and I'm not patronizing you, David, but I think we have an excellent attorney that can give us correct advice on how we proceed with this political issue. And what's happened in the past or whatever, all I'd ask, if this goes that step, that our city attorney helps us as a council body, individually as elected officials, maintain and follow the law. And I think we'll be okay.
I took an oath in front of you to do so. I promise I will continue to honor that oath.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Item 10A, continued from February 8, 2017. Receive public input and consider for approval ordinance 17-11, amending the general land future land use map amendment for 0.88 acres from professional office to low density residential and rezone from A5 agricultural 5-acre lots to R112 single family residential 12,000 square foot minimum lot zone, River Oaks Estates. Robert Barris, applicant.
Pardon me, Mayor, can I ask a quick question?
Please.
Councilmember Jacob made two motions. There were no seconds. One was to rescind and one was to put it on.
Not motions, just directions to staff for the next.
Okay, so, okay, never mind. I got it.
Thanks.
David?
Ray will be presenting this item.
Thank you, mayors and members of the council. This property is located at 1085 West, 90th South, as shown on the overhead. The property is, the applicant is requesting to rezone the property from an A5 or an agricultural 5-acre lot zoning district to an R112F, single family residential zoning designation. The purpose of this request is to be able to develop the property into a 3-lot single-family residential subdivision. The applicant's also requesting to amend the future land use map to reflect the zoning from a professional office designation to a low-density residential designation. The property is just a little under an acre. This is it. It's located next to Hidden Peak Drive. This is just as you come up the hill. River Oaks apartments are located here, and then the Rocky Mountain Power Substation is located across the street on 90th South. This is a copy of the zoning map showing the A5 designation and the proposal to rezone it from A5 to R112G. Just to give you some background, we did include this as in your staff report. In 2013, the City Council directed staff to take a look at the future land use map, and this was about a year after the future land use map was adopted as part of the general plan. The City Council had us go back and take a look at the future land use map to see if there were any areas in the city that were designated as either high or very high density residential on that map, and to see if it would be appropriate to either change the designation to a lower intensity use or some other use. So, for this council's request, we took a look at the map and then found two areas that fit in this description. And one of them was up at on Drake Lane, which is on Redwood Road, and then this property, which is about roughly 10 acres, is this area here. We, as part of that discussion back then, we prepared a number of options which went to the residents. It also went to the the Planning Commission, then it ultimately went to the City Council, and then after public hearings, the City Council ultimately voted to leave the zoning A5, but change the future land use map designation to professional office. And I think there were a number of reasons for that. Again, prior to, I think it was 2014 when that was officially changed. But I think part of the reason for that was that 90th South, one of the major arterials in the city, it's high traffic volume. We've got an apartment complexes here, and it would make a good transition from east to west, going from the multifamily residential down here to the commercial, and it would also make a good transition from 90th South to the low-density residential, which will ultimately be developed on the south of the property. So the council did, again, they decided to change the designation on the future land use map to professional office. Again, for those reasons, we think. And then we received the rezoning request for this piece of property here. So if you look at this property, it's kind of an isolated parcel. If this is ultimately going to go to professional office, it leaves, one of the concerns that we have is that it does leave kind of an isolated pocket of residential here in the middle of that professional. So this professional office, if that zoning were to ever change and this area were to develop, you can see that this would be just kind of several houses by themselves. There's another couple of other reasons. I think it would make more sense if this property were to be rezoned, if it would connect down into low-density residential. But in this case, we have property owners that are unwilling to participate in a rezoning request this time, so it still leaves that island there. We think that, just given the past actions that the Planning Commission and Council have made, that this would be a significant deviation from what was envisioned at the time that it was approved. It would be contrary to the goals and policies of the plan, and then it would also be inconsistent with previous City Council action. The Planning Commission looked at this and they felt the same, and they're also recommending that the City Council deny this request. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any question.
Councilmember Burton.
Thank you, Mayor. So what you're saying is we've got an area that they put residential in there, then we'd have a space of commercial office, then go into residential again. Is that correct?
Correct, and that would be in this area here.
And how many houses are we talking about being in that area of homes?
3.
So we have a subdivision of 3?
3. They're proposing 3 lots here. All right.
All right. Thank you.
I have a question. If I'm not mistaken, isn't the low density residential to the south of this property, isn't that some of the best real estate in the city?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
We're looking at I guess future development of low density residential there.
Thank you. Guess that's all the questions. Thanks. I'll now open the public hearing for item 10A. If you're here to speak on this item, now would be the time. You'll be allowed 3 minutes, and please state your name and address for the record.
Just a moment, I'm going to speak with council. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. My name is Eric Lind. I'm an attorney. I represent Rob Barris, who's in the audience today. I had thought maybe I'd have a few minutes to address you, but I guess I'm on the clock for the public hearing. I just wanted to mention that Mr. Barris was the developer of the River Oaks subdivision, which is a really good subdivision in your city, which is down here at the bottom corner. He's been a great developer, and a lot of cities in the state of Utah he's been developing for a number of years. This particular parcel was acquired at the time he was developing River Oaks because there was a need to do some improvements, which he put in terms of roadway and other things to allow the River Oaks subdivision to come to fruition. Since then, for more than 10 years, he's had a little difficult time getting this through staff and getting this little parcel of property set up and approved so that he could sell the lots there. Originally, he'd set this up as a 4-lot development, and at the request of staff said that they would recommend an approval if he changed it to a 3-lot subdivision. So he took the time and the effort and the money to go do that and brought it back, but it has not received approval. We met with some of the staff a couple months ago and thought there might be a more favorable look at this, but when we read the recommendations, it clearly was against Mr. Barris. The homes that could be built on this lot would be good homes, since the size of the lots would be good-sized lots. The 3 instead of the 4 lots makes a much better development for nicer homes in the area. This is a gateway to your city. It would improve the look and feel of the area. Right now, there's an old home on this lot. As was indicated by staff, there's already existing homes in this area, even though it's been set forward as professional office in the future plan. But prior to 2014, I think it was, if I'm remembering right, was more of a high-density residential area. And so this has just been really difficult for my client, and I think this would be a good improvement for your city. There could be nice homes built on this property. And I realize it doesn't come with the recommendation of staff, but I hope that you will consider it. I note in the report that I received, it doesn't appear that there is concern that this will increase any need for services. It won't impact the city. It's a very small lot. And so with that, unless there are any questions, I would leave it to you and hope that you'll consider it. Mr. Barris has come here every year trying to work with staff for the last 10 years. And just has had a really difficult time getting this through. And we don't think that this will greatly impact the city in any way. And in fact, will much improve the outlook of this property, which right now isn't as good as it can be. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question.
Yes, sir.
Because you're representing the applicant, I probably jumped to the public hearing too soon. I apologize for that. So I will allow questions to you.
Thank you, Mayor. That's why I was asking council. I wasn't sure.
Councilmember Nichols has a question for you.
Thank you. This is a little off the wall in the questioning, but on your lot there, on the west line, it's a north-south running line. Has there ever been any discussion about extending that further south and acquiring partial parcels of those 2 there to keep that line going? Because as I look at Hidden Peak, that street, if you were to put low density here, but along that whole stretch, it would actually make the whole thing kind of low. But just where it's at, it's just kind of an island. I'm just wondering if there have been any efforts to kind of bring that together.
That's a great question, Councilman Nichols. My understanding is there have been some efforts, a couple different efforts. There's been discussion about trying to have other property owners come on board with this kind of a thing. I understand that both of the property owners to the south were not willing to do that. If I'm correct, I believe the property owner directly to the south was amenable to the idea, but the one further south wasn't. I hope I'm stating that correctly. At one point, and I don't know whether that's changed. In addition, there had been some discussion about possible commercial development and the possibility of somebody who was interested at one point in acquiring it commercially from the property owners. But the reality is with the commercial environment you currently have, it's just not feasible or marketable, and the cost that a developer would have to pay to buy these properties out and then develop a commercial property in the current commercial environment, I think is just not feasible in the near future. And so I think what we're left with is probably a really long-term outlook for commercial, or this change that we're proposing for residential, or possibly some proposed change to multifamily. But I think the commercial is really difficult right now. I hope that addressed the question.
Thank you. I had one question. It just struck my mind, this property from years back. This had to be acquired because the road wasn't put in with the high-density development that occurs to the east. Is that accurate to say? Now I'm remembering this was only purchased so that you could get the secondary access into the...
Yes, Mayor. I think you've stated that correctly, and just to confirm with my client who's nodding his head, that was what had happened. He had to provide improvements to that roadway for the development of River Oaks subdivision, and that's when he acquired that property. You're remembering correctly.
But it was supposed to be put in at least to the property line of the high-density residential by the high-density, but it was never required by the city.
And that's right, and that's a good point, is that, Mr. Barris went out of his way to make sure those improvements were in there. They shouldn't have been his burden, but he ended up taking care of it because they weren't done previously. That's correct.
I remember that discussion. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Other question? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The public hearing is still open. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. State your name and address.
Greg Nadald, 9269 Hidden Peak Drive. We live west of where he wants to turn those into lots. I think that if you look at the history of wasn't going to speak tonight, so I'm kind of thinking this through on my own as I go. But if you look at the history of this and you look at all the council minutes going back for 10 years on this property, I mean, it was just a sliver of land that he needed because the apartments didn't take care. It was just sort of a public easement there on a one-lane road, so you had to buy that whole property. So I kind of sympathize with Mr. Barris. Never met him before, but I kind of sympathize with him that he's had this property because we needed to put a sliver in there, and now I can't do anything with it. As far as our residential neighborhood goes, I'm not that crazy about commercial sitting right there at the gateway of our neighborhood either. I think whoever mentioned, if that could, somehow that could be houses all the way down and then the houses connect there to the south and the new Trimble Manor, that actually feels like a better gateway to our city and our community. There's a lot of traffic problems right there at 1075 West as well. I fear that if we had commercial on that lot right there and we didn't improve the intersection there, that we would have people coming through our neighborhood to get to the commercial site. You cannot get back out on 90th going west at certain points of the day. So if somebody had to get there and they needed to go west, they're likely to go through our neighborhood. So my opinion is there's a lot worse things we can do than approve this to be residential property. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Yeah, I'm James Huntsman. I live at 9090 South, 1150 West. And then my father lives at 9079 South, 1150 West, across the street from me. I've lived there for the last 18 years. I bought the home. I grew up across the street, and I bought the Paxton home. I enjoy living there. I could live there forever. It's a private lane. It's quiet and it's nice. I know that I know everybody that lives around the area, and I do know things are changing. It's not always going to be the same. People are getting ready to do things, and some want to move, some want to change things, and I'd love to stay in my house forever, but I do understand just from living there and understanding how things are developed. Where I live, it makes sense. They're going to come over and build a commercial building. I can see them slowly heading my way. Put a wall right down the middle of 1150 West, which is a private lane. And I don't know, I wouldn't want to tell you what to do on the professional office space versus 3 houses. I thought you were going to do high-density residential years ago. I came in here once, and you had that set up, and I thought, wow, that's pretty smart. I don't know what makes money for West Jordan. I don't know if it's businesses or apartments or what is better. Or if I do know that the high-density residential apartments that are there off of Hidden Peak, they're really nice. I've had a couple friends that have lived there. They seem like they're clean. The access road, yeah, it's horrible. I take my dog down and go over to the Jordan Parkway Trail through there, and there's just nothing good about it. The area needs to change. I sympathize with Barris on what he needs. He wants to do something, but I just don't see putting 3 homes there would work with what's going to happen in the future. They've had people come in. We just had a guy earlier this year that wanted to come in and develop it and put a school there. They couldn't get everybody to agree, but something like that would be great as far as I could see. You'd have a wall around it. It would look a lot nicer. It'd be a lot nicer when you come into the city. You know, I mean, I'd like to see something work, and I know that people, just basically what I'm saying is maybe we need to have a little patience on it. Something is going to work there. I don't know what to say about, you know, I feel sorry for Barris, but maybe we can all get together and work it out some way. But that's just my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please.
Can I?
Yes, please.
My name's Brenda Clark, and I lived on my property since 1963. When we bought our property from Dean Smith, there's a clause in the subdivision, it was called D subdivision, that only one house could be built on that property. I don't know where Mr. Barris's, I don't know what his deed said, but 3 houses is really hard to, would be really hard to have in that neighborhood. And if you do go with that, you need a wall there for Mr. Burton's property, because he has animals, and if you have people living in there, eventually they're going to complain about the animals. That road is a nightmare. It is. It's horrible to get off and on. We need a light somewhere, either there or on 1150. I just want to say, I hope you'll take in consideration people that have lived there for all these years. I've lived in West Jordan and paid taxes in West Jordan since 1960. And I hope you'll take into consideration that 3 houses is really a detriment to us that live there. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Alexandra Efremo, 3735 Judd Circle. I'm a little bit confused. The land use people said that they were against it, but I didn't hear why. I mean, I didn't hear any specifics. They were just against it. So I still would like to know why were they against it. And 0.88 acres, that's for 3 houses, maybe 2 houses would be good, but it's going to be private. What I don't understand, a couple people have mentioned about the road going north and south. Why has West Jordan, since to the east is very high density, I don't know where the road is for the very high density residential. Do they use that same little road that's just east of the red line? But why has West Jordan not widened that road? I mean, is it because the people, I mean, I don't understand why. Because of each person is that it's really tough. It's a tough road. If it's a tough road, why haven't we made it better? I'm not sure. Anyway, a lot of questions on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll close the public hearing of item 10A and move to the council for discussion or motion. Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for staff, if I may, Ray. What is the area of the entire professional office space there?
It's about 10 acres.
About 10 acres? Okay. All right. I think I could be in favor of something along these lines if it was more encompassing. This being such a little tiny piece of this 10 acres doesn't fit. Now, if we made the whole thing low density residential and, you know, zoned it appropriately, yeah, you might be able to make a nice development for the gateway to our city. But as it is, 3 homes, only one of which you'll be able to see from the street, and the south, that is. With the apartments in the way, you may not even be able to see that one. I don't see it as a positive at this point. So at this point, I'm in favor to, or I'm inclined to agree with staff and the Planning Commission's recommendation. Thank you.
Councilmember Burton.
Thank you, Mayor. I am familiar with this location here, and there is that house that's been there vacant for several years, which is an eyesore. It would be really nice to replace that with something that looks good. As far as that road, that's a 50-foot wide road, I believe, but the difficulty is getting out of 90th South due to the traffic, and then the apartment people park on the street that make it narrow at times, makes it difficult as well. So I would totally support putting a signal light there, whether or not these houses go in there. So back to the idea, I like the idea of putting some nice homes in there to replace that other one that's there. However, I'm also concerned about little spot zoning like that, sticking 3 houses, little teeny subdivision, in a spot that may be commercial, professional office all around it at a future date, which is really what our plan is. So I'm looking at that and trying to weigh those out. So I would love to hear some other council ideas on that.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm somewhat sympathetic to the applicant, and I don't think, well, I think we could potentially put some homes where it's being proposed, but as Councilmember Nichols pointed out earlier, I would prefer to see this extended all the way down to the existing low-density residential. While trying to think of the best, most clear way to articulate what I'm thinking. My neighborhood, where I currently live, seems to have a lot of issues from things like this, where those making decisions at the time thought, yeah, let's go ahead and do that because I think in the future things are going to pan out this way. So if we were to allow for the homes there and assume we can probably get additional single-family homes in the rest of that to come all the way down to the low density, I think that would be problematic because if professional office does come in and fill in the rest of it, that does create a little island right there. I mentioned my neighborhood, we see streets that dead end into brick walls behind shopping centers and lots of roads that were planned to go a certain route but never happened. I don't want to create an island that could potentially remain in perpetuity. I want to make sure that there's a solid basis for deviating from that future land use map before we do so. If we were to deviate, I would have to see some consistency with what else is on the map and bring that all the way down. As much as I want to say yes and be supportive of this, I can't at this point. I would have to say no to what's being proposed. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Haga.
If I just ask staff, you know, we have a hotel there too, the Hampton Inn, right? It takes up a lot of parking. Is this going to be part of the gated community? Yeah, there's a hotel there. A lot of people don't know. But anyway, long story short, is this going to be part of the gated community? Or is it just going to be the 3 homes totally, you know, isolated?
At this point, it'll just be the 3 homes.
Say again, I'm sorry.
Oh, at this point, it's just going to be the 3 homes.
Okay, thank you.
Ray, hey, could you stay up there for a sec? I have a question. So, what does it take to zone the rest of Hidden Peak, the rest of the way down to the low density?
Are you talking here?
Yes.
It would just require council action to do that. The council has the ability to just rezone what they see fit.
If I may add a little bit of information to the council's discussion. That portion there, as you go south on Hidden Peak, the grade drops pretty significantly, and there's basically a 7-foot-high retaining wall as you move south. And so developing this portion, while I originally supported the idea of, is it backwards? There we go. As I originally supported the initial thought that I think Councilman Nichols brought up and McConaughey brought up to connect in with the really great development down to the south, the physical development of these as single-family lots would be fairly expensive to do the grade work. It's possible. We have that elsewhere in the city, but the physical constraints were a consideration with our recommendation. I don't know if that made it into the report, but that was, I think, important information to have.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Mayor. If there's no further discussion, I would, ready for a motion?
That would be in order.
I move to deny the request to rezone the subject property from A5 to R112 and to change the future land use map from professional office to low-density residential.
Second. We have a motion by Councilmember Jacob and a second by Councilmember McConaughey. Discussion of the motion. Councilmember Anderson.
So is the motion to rezone to low family just this parcel, or is it all just that parcel? Okay, thank you, Mayor.
To deny. To deny. To deny. Councilmember Burton.
So if we take into consideration the strong grade beyond those houses, I'm thinking it's probably more likely an office building could fit on a strong grade than residential. Yeah, residential could fit. I'm still strongly concerned about just having 3 houses, then having a gap and going to homes again. However, I don't know that we'll ever actually get commercial in there in 5 years or 45 years or 125 years. So if we deny this at this time, that garbage house going to, is that old existing house going to stay there? And we won't have 3 nicer homes in there. I mean, these are like G homes proposed for this, which are very nice homes. So I'm thinking I will oppose the denial at this point.
I think I'm going to support the denial at this point, but I'm going to ask staff to bring back to the council a different zoning option for the that whole entire square parcel as low density residential to match the River Oak subdivision. So that's just direction. That's not part of the motion, but I'm going to support the motion at this point. Councilmember McConaughey.
So just kind of thinking out loud, if that's the direction you want to go and look at additional options, rather than denying this for the applicant right now, what would you think about tabling this to review at a date to be determined rather than issuing a denial? We wait, give staff some time, see if staff comes back with something, the applicant doesn't have to repay any fees.
Is that a motion?
I would rescind my original motion and replace it with, oh wait, you made the motion. I rescind my second. I rescind my second, and I won't take credit for the motion, but I'll rescind my second. So now there would be a motion, but waiting to be seconded now.
Waiting on a second.
The motion will fail due to lack of a second. Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to table this to a date undetermined.
I have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey and a second by Councilmember Hagan. Discussions to this motion. before we vote, we still want the same direction to staff. Councilmember Burton.
I do feel better about this motion because I think we could do some improvements and satisfy all those. So I would be in favor of this motion.
Let's vote.
Councilmember Anderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob.
No.
Mayor Rolfe.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols.
Yes.
Councilmember Burton.
Yes.
Councilmember Haga.
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Aye.
Vote passes 6-1 in favor.
Mayor, real quick.
Yes.
Okay. I just got a text from my wife. I've got a family emergency that I'm gonna have to head out for super quick. I would like to consider item 11D since it's got my name on it before I go.
11D.
Yeah.
Anyone opposed to taking this item out of order? Councilmember McConaughey.
Seeing as we still have another public hearing for item 10B. Thank you. So, Mayor, seeing as we still have one more public hearing, item 10B, if there are any members from the public here to speak on that, I would be opposed to taking things out of order. However, if there are no members from the public here for that public hearing on the revised impact fees, I would be supportive of Councilmember Jacobs' request.
Second.
Was it a motion? I still get on there.
We don't really need a motion. This is just, so we have one in opposition, because I don't know how we would tell if there's somebody out now.
Yeah, ask for a raise.
If you're okay with it, we could just ask for a raise of hands if anybody is.
Is there anyone here to speak in the public hearing on 10B? Looks like no one's there, so.
Okay, so I would be in favor of Councilmember Jacobs' request.
Okay, we will move to business item 11D, discussion and possible action regarding resolution 17-31 to rescind resolution 16-136 to rescind the authorization of the City Council of the City of West Jordan, Utah, authorizing the issuance and sale of not more than $45 million of sales tax revenue and refunding bonds and related matters. Councilmember Jacob and Nichols.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go ahead and take it. This is quite simply a request to slow the flow on the bond that we passed last year. This body has discussed individually and collectively in other forums that we do not want to move forward with a $45 million bond, a majority, or at least some. I guess we'll decide if it's a majority here in a minute. Do not want to move forward with a $45 million bond right now due to some budget concerns. And I would request that we approve this resolution 1731 in order to open the option for other financing options, including a potential general obligation bond on the November ballot. One thing I realize that putting this off and letting the public choose may end up costing a little bit more. If interest rates go up by a whole percentage point, it may cost another $400,000 plus interest, or in interest. That said, nobody balked when it went from $29 million to $45 million. So it's another $400,000 if we let the citizens decide if they want this. So this is just putting the brakes on the city council issuing a bond or authorizing the issuance of a bond and allowing the citizens then, which is the next agenda item that Councilman Hagan has on the agenda for 11E, allowing the citizens to decide if they want to pay for this or not. So leave it at that for discussion.
Is that a motion?
Not yet. Just my introduction.
I just, to comment on that, for every quarter that interest goes up, is $400,000 on this amount. And the Public Works facility, when we started talking about it 8 years ago, the same designer designed forums, which is very similar to ours. They had to purchase the ground down there when we went down and toured that facility 8 years ago. And the price tag there, purchasing the ground, was $7.5 million for roughly the same thing as what we've got now that we're paying $26.5 million for 8 years later. We've been told by the finance bond producers that interest is expected to go up twice again this calendar year. Nobody can predict the future. That's just the experts telling us. I think we'll be lucky if it only goes up twice, only 2 quarters. The cost of construction continues to rise at a rapid pace. And I believe it's wisdom in moving forward with this. I don't understand why it hasn't already been written, the bond, since this was voted on last year in August and directed by the majority of the council. That I don't understand yet today, and then it was given direction again on the 27th of January to do that. I don't understand why it hasn't been done, but it hasn't at this point. The first payment doesn't come due till 18-19 budget year, if you were to bond for it. And the biggest thing to think about, because the one thing this council really agrees on, is economic development has to be supercharged in the near future. Building this state-of-the-art rec center helps with that. And if we do 1% more economic development, just 1% more than we currently have, the payment is covered in 18-19 for the rest of time. 1% increase in economic development. And I know the entire council was totally behind supercharging the economic development, so that would be my piece. So let's see how it goes. Councilmember Burton.
Thank you, Mayor. I am one who voted for this when it was presented before, and part of the information I received is we could do this without having a tax increase, and I'm still in favor of doing this if we can do this without a tax increase. And when we met with the design group as a council, one of the questions I asked them is why they're moving this so fast, and that was for the purpose of saving money. So if we are going to do a tax rate increase, I do want the public to have to say whether we're going to do it or not. But if we could do it without a tax rate increase, then I'm still in favor of moving this forward. And I also believe our delay has cost us some money, and this additional delay will cost us some money. And so if we delay long enough, then yes, we should take it to the public because we'll be charging more taxes for it. Thank you.
Councilor Hagan.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I was surprised, since I wasn't a vote of this measure back in July, that we had a consensus. And since then, I've thought 2 ways. And I wanted to add this, and again, I apologize, I was late. I did authorize the mayor to pull my agenda item concerning the obligation bond discussion, so that's been pulled. But the reason why is the same reason what Mayor Rolf's talking about, is the economy. You know, we're sitting pretty good right now still, in my opinion, being able to get money, because that's where we have to do this. We have to borrow this money. The longer we wait, the more it's going to cost us. And we've experienced that with the Public Works building, however now it's being built, that it went up millions of dollars because of delay. And the thing is that the city needed it. And thank goodness now that we actually broke ground last week on that. So as far as this measure, I believe that currently we have the money to fund this. Future councils might have to decide to increase taxes. But I think it's a decision of the council. It's been made. Well, I guess this is, again, a remnant of denying something or repealing something that's already been passed, or rescinding, whatever words we use. But I'm going to support this now. and hope that the future council members see that we made a decision on borrowing money responsibly based on the economy and how we can buy these bonds. I know personally in business right now, just because I sell automobiles, there's a 10% increase in automobiles. And if that applies across the board with other things, we're just more $45 million price tag could be a $65 million price tag if the council waits. But anyway, I'm going to support this, or not support the recension, excuse me again, my voice, and support the original decision of the council.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in agreement with the concern about waiting and the additional cost that delay would add to it. I do think that had the bond been executed sooner, we would have saved a substantial amount, and by delaying things even further, it would cost us substantially more. That said, my biggest hang-up is what I originally voiced when I was in opposition to the original motion, or excuse me, the original resolution, which is I personally would still like to see additional market data, market research prior to executing the bond to build the facility. I could say a fair amount more, but I think I've already said that in other meetings, so for the sake of time, I'll hold my comments at that. I would support the rescission. Thank you.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to respond to a couple things that have been said. I agree. If economic development was boosted by this and it paid for this, let's do it. And I agree that if we have the money sitting there to build this, absolutely, let's build it. And I agree, waiting may cost us a little bit of money. We may have to pare this thing back just a little bit. It may not be the most state-of-the-art. It may be the next to the most state-of-the-art rec center, if that's what the residents want. I agree with these are all valid points. But if economic development is a driver for this, and we're going to bond $45 million under the guise of economic development, I bet David Oka over here could give us 45 million other things we could spend $45 million on that would be a lot more of a shot in the arm to economic development than a rec center. Now, a rec center is a great amenity, don't get me wrong. And if our citizens want this amenity, let's build it. And if they want $45 million, let's build it, but let's let them choose. Put it on the ballot. I'm not afraid to let the citizens vote. We just talked about this, right? A form of government, right? We're not afraid to let the citizens choose. Well, let's let the citizens choose. If it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander on this one. Thanks.
Okay, I agree. You were on the opposite side of that one. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mayor. As a preface to this, prior to me moving to West Jordan, I sat as an elected member of the Kernzoker Park Fitness Center facility for 10 years. So I'm very familiar with rec centers. I also have with me, as part of my employment, I do government accounting. So I have the CAFR. And Bill, I didn't call you and tell you I had a CAFR, but just help me if I misspeak, please. So looking at property tax revenue from 2007, so this would take into account growth. In 2007, according to the CAFR, this is page 96 and 97, Schedule 2 in the statistical section, we generated in 2007 $9.8 million in property tax. By 2011, it had grown to $10.4 million. So that's about a little less than $1 million in 5 years. And then in 2012, we were back down to 9.8, so the same number we had basically in 2009, and we're up to 12.7 in 2016. So that's a difference of about $3 million in property tax growth, taking into account growth, new growth that comes in, economic development, business, commercial, residential, and sales tax. In 2007, we generated $15 million, according to the CAFR. 15,070,000 went down to 13.5 in 2011, obviously due to the economic downturn, and then bumped back up in 2012 to 14.5 million, and we're at 17.4 million. So that's a difference of, on sales tax, that's a difference of $2.3 million. So between property tax and growth in sales tax, we had 3, so we're about, $5.5 million in growth over 10 years. And Bill, when I met with you, with the $45 million rec center, we anticipated operation, maintenance, and bond payment about $3.6 million that we would be behind. Okay. And so the other thing is, I'm new to the council. I was not on the council in August when the resolution passed. And after I was appointed around the end of November, I picked up the plans for the rec center. And, I've got 10 years working in a rec center. And my comment to you at the very beginning was, this is too big, was my comment. The other thing that I've noticed as I've read over the plans is I didn't see them. I don't know that they're not in the plan, but they're not. I don't see bleachers for the field house. I don't see bleachers for the basketball court. So to me, that inhibits its ability to be rented out for things like junior jazz or, I don't know if there's a junior RSL or Little League spring football, those kind of things. But I don't see anything for spectators that would inhibit our ability to be able to generate revenue. So my concern, and I'm okay sort of rescinding the resolution, but residents of District 4, when I was campaigning 2 years ago, and even recently, they need the rec center. So we have to do it. Now, is the $45 million bond the right number? The other concern that I have, and which I expressed to several people before I was appointed to the council, just as a citizen, as much as I want the rec center, I was concerned there was too much money. I was concerned that we may, we're not, with growth, we only, in 10 years, we developed $5.5 million, which would cover for a period of time. But that's taking into account growth. And really, if we want to grow the city financially, that's going to be through economic development. That's the only way it's going to work. So there's also, I haven't seen any study of what we've pulled the residents to find out what they would like in the rec center. We've built something with basketball courts and racquetball courts and swimming pools and slides, or we're planning to build. A field house, 2 tracks, I assume quarter-mile tracks. One's elevated maybe a little longer than quarter-mile, and the other one's quarter-mile. So my concern is 45 million the right number? Can we scale it back? And, for me, I'm get rid of the field house. I'm okay with that. Is there things that we could do outside, which would have do some of the pools outside, which would save on money on building brick and mortar? So for me, there's just a lot of questions to proceed to go forward to build a rec center. From a financial standpoint, from the amount of the bond, and at the January 27th meeting, I was the biggest proponent for building the rec center, despite my concerns that I think it's too big. So those are my comments. But if it does get rescinded, we do need to find a rapid solution to building the rec center.
Councilmember Nichols.
Thank you, Mayor. My statement will be really brief because everything I was going to say, he just said it on his second time speaking. I would have been maybe slightly more eloquent, but
You get what you get with me, man.
yeah. So anyway, that's my position. I'm in favor of going down this road, but the thing that's important to me is I agree with what Councilmember Anderson just said, in that there is a constituency that does want the rec center. So for me, but I also have that fear that there's a large amount of constituency that doesn't want the rec center. And for me, I don't want to just force it on them. For me, it's the choice. I want to see it on a ballot. This is one of those. It's a significant amount of money. The $3.6 million, economic development was stated. That's 30 plus police officers, firefighters, really good roads. Imagine what that $3.6 million could do for different things. So for me, it's just, I would like to see it on the ballot. So I would be supportive of this motion.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. One last thing to add to my prior comments about wanting to see a market feasibility study. That would be if we were to go down the route for financing just out of existing funds and try and say, okay, instead of using these funds, or excuse me, we're taking the funds that are meant just from the general fund, things that could go to police, fire, parks, and divert a significant portion of that to a rec center. That's where we want to see a feasibility study to see how close we are to having it pay for itself. If we were to go with the item that's been, I guess, removed from the agenda, item E, putting this as a GO bond up on the ballot for a question, I would be more in favor of going that route. And I would also point to our neighbors to the south as to how they approach this. South Jordan did a survey of their residents for what's called South Jordan Fitness and Aquatic Center Expansion Viability Survey, where during the month of end of January, first part of February, they reached out to 1,500 residents to gauge interest, what sort of amenities they wanted to see, how satisfied they were with things as they stood now. And it was really interesting. They'd go through, what do you want to see? But then they also had questions as to how much would you be willing to pay for this, and see where residents fell. So they got a good feel for how much people were willing to pay towards expansion of their rec center. And then on top of it, as you go further down, they said, okay, if we're going to put a question out on a bond, how does this particular argument make you feel? Supportive or opposition to the proposed idea of a bond? I really like how they went about doing this because A, you're getting statistically valid data as to what sort of amenities the residents want. And B, if it does go for a vote on a ballot, they've got a really good feel for what the results are going to be. They've already kind of tested the questions. They've started a little bit of word-of-mouth advertising for it. And I think they've given the expansion of their rec center the best possible chances for being supported by the public. So while I'm a little bit hesitant to say, yes, let's divert X million dollars from the general fund to support this without having some sort of business viability survey done or study done. If we were to go the GO bond route, I would want to try and make this poised as, I'm trying to think of the right words, but I wanted to try and make sure that this had the best possible chances for success by following a similar route to what our neighbors to the south have done. Thank you very much.
Do you have another comment?
I did.
Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. When I served on the board of the Kern Zucker Park Fitness Center, in the 10 years, we ran 2 general obligation bonds. The first one failed. I think it was a 2-to-1 failure, and that's because we did not communicate the pole out there. We downsized the scope of work a little bit. We did a better job of outreach and communicating what specifically we were going to build, but we did the survey that Councilmember McConaughey had mentioned of the residents, so they had an idea of what was coming. They saw blueprints, they saw what was going to be installed, and that general obligation bond did pass, so it is effective and it does work. Thank you.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve Resolution 17-31.
Second. I have a motion by Councilmember Jacob, a second by Councilmember Nichols. Discussion to the motion. Ms. Wolf.
Councilmember Haga?
Excuse me, Mayor, I need a clarification on the motion.
Okay, it's a motion to approve resolution, let me go out here.
1731.
Resolution 1731 to rescind resolution 16136 that was approved in August to stop the bonds.
No.
Okay. Councilmember Anderson?
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey?
Aye.
Councilmember Jacob?
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols?
Yes.
Mayor Rolfe?
No.
Councilmember Burton?
No.
Vote passes 4-3.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to excuse myself now.
Public hearing 10B, receive public input and consider for approval regarding ordinance 17-12, approval of a revised impact fee study and to adopt new impact fees for water, wastewater, stormwater, roads, fire, police, and parks. Steve Glenn.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to make this brief. This public hearing, the purpose is to receive public input regarding the impact fee study, but it's a revised impact fee study. And maybe I can just explain briefly how we got to this point. Back in October, this council approved a different impact fee study, which was done by our consultant, Tischler Weiss. However, for various reasons, the actual rates and fees were not implemented. There were some concerns among council members. After that date, new census data became available. Our consultant volunteered to use that new census data and update the fee study at no charge. They've done so. They've revised the impact fee study and provided that to us, and that study is dated January 19th. That's the document that's in your packet. And I'll just summarize briefly that the results are that the fees would go up overall for all categories of customers, meaning fees would go up for single-family homes and multifamily homes and commercial, industrial, office, etc. Now, if you look closely at the data, you'll notice that certain funds, certain fees will go up and some will go down. If you look at parks, fire, police, water, sewer, storm, transportation, etc., some of those are actually going down, some are going up, but overall, for any given project, the total fees will be increasing. For single-family homes, about 5%. For multifamily, somewhere between 10 and 15%. For commercial, anywhere between 10 and 20%, depending on the type of property and the meter size. So that's the brief summary. So I guess today is the public hearing and discussion. I'm here to answer any questions if you have any before you vote on the ordinance to adopt the new fee study.
Questions from council? Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. The one that jumps out to me the most is the water impact fees for single family versus multifamily. Do you have, are you able to help educate us as to why we would be seeing the substantial drop for the fee for multifamily and the increase for single family on that water impact fee?
I can't tell you for sure. Well, actually, now that I think of it, yes, I can. Because this is based on capital projects that will be built in the next 6 years. And the type of costs that are allocated to multifamily are going down for those particular projects. Does that make sense? In other words, some of the pipelines may be related specifically to single family as opposed to multifamily, but they're tied specifically to projects that are on our capital list for the next 6 years.
The thing that I'm having a hard time reconciling is some of these projects that we're looking at, for example, the Jensen property, the Jensen development over on 78th and 56, just west of that, where we've talked about the need for a new water tank to handle some of the, I believe it was for some of the high-density development that was meant to come in on the north side of that. You look at other things like the Gardner Village project is coming to mind. Some of the water that's needed to get to those. With the single family, I kind of understand I can understand some of the need for that because you think, okay, longer pipes to get to more places that are further out, but the multifamily seems to have such a more dramatic, pronounced impact right here, right now. It seems quicker. That one I just have a hard time understanding.
Well, I wish our consultant was here. Maybe they could explain in more detail. But keep in mind that that's just one of 7 fees, right? If you add up together all 7 fees, the fees are going up for multifamily 3 times as much as they are for single family.
Do we have the ability to adopt this study with the exception of the water impact fees for single and multifamily?
Well, according to state law, our impact fees need to be based on a study that's done by a qualified consultant. Now, if you decide to reduce any fees, you can certainly do that, but I don't think that's what council wants to do. As a reminder, the main concern was that fees were going down in the original study for multifamily. This provides the opposite. Fees are going up for multifamily. In this case of water, yes, they're going down, but in storm, they're going up significantly, and the net result is an increase for any given multifamily project. Also keep in mind that we aren't building any multifamily projects except for those that are grandfathered under our cap and grade, is that what it's called? So the actual fees for multifamily may not even be used for several years.
That's probably the best argument right there. Well, although we do have the places that are grandfathered into TODs and things like that. I still don't understand why the fees for everything else would be increasing except for this and water, knowing that we have significant concerns there. That one just kind of sticks out. I'm going to have to think about that one a little bit more, but thank you for the response.
Councilmember Nichols.
Thank you. Steve, I don't want to put you on the spot, or maybe someone else might be able to help us through this, and we probably need the consultant here, perhaps, but my big issue has always been, as you look at single-family units versus multifamily units, I just want to make sure that the impact is fair and it's based on a reasonable amount. And it always seems to me that if you have a family in a single-family home, and you have a family in a multifamily home, generally speaking, in my mind, they're probably similar-sized families. Now that's just me, because I'm biased. I guess, that's not necessarily biased, that's not the right word, but I just only had 2 kids. We're a small family, it's 4 of us in the house. So in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, people in a multifamily unit probably have 4 people in their house. Sounds about right. We're both creating about the same amount of impact on parks, police, and fire, because we're each a family, and about the same number, in my unit. Well, when I look in this study, and we're comparing the amounts that we charge each of these units, it indicates, which I'm glad, that we're looking at parks that is based on population. And then when we look for fire, it's for calls for service. And then police, it also says a functional population. I'm not quite sure what that means. And maybe it's just with the 80-page report that we have that I may have missed it. I guess what I'm looking for is it says this is the methodology, but what actually is the methodology? I mean, what is the number? How many calls are we having per single-family unit versus multifamily unit? And if, in fact, based on this amount, it's telling me that we're getting more calls per single-family dwelling versus multifamily units. So because of that, it's not fitting my logic. And as long as it's based on fact, that's the thing that I care about. I want to make sure that we're doing it, that it's appropriate. Calls for service for fire is perfect. I mean, if you're getting most of those, but based on the amount that's being proposed, it would tell me that you're getting most of your calls are coming from single-family units. But I don't know. I don't know if we have to go by department, but I guess it's a really loaded question. Is what's the actual number for each of those, and how we're attributing it to each amount?
I don't have that number for you. But if you look at the persons per housing unit, those are clearly higher for single family.
Where are we seeing?
Well, if you look at page 115 on your staff report, very top table, 3.46 persons per housing unit for single family versus 2.7 for multifamily. So costs are not allocated based on a building. They're based on the number of persons per unit, right? And if you've got 20 units in a multi-housing unit, that's a lot more folks than a single-family home.
Well, to me, that's the most important thing that we're covering, because we really, to me, that's what we're trying to cover. Yeah. My only concern originally was with this issue in general was the fact that we didn't want to reward the multifamily dwelling developer. I didn't want to basically say promote the fact that, hey, just facts are facts. I don't want to say it's easier to build a multifamily unit than a single dwelling unit or a single family unit. So anyway, I think that you heard me thinking out loud and you answered the question that I needed. I just wanted to hear the methodology behind that. I am concerned about the water one a little bit. There's reasoning behind that because it really stands out. But the others are, to me, they seem a little more reasoned. These new numbers. Anyway, I'm more comfortable with them this time around. Thank you.
Councilmember Burton.
I like this study better than the last one that we had. So as a result of that, I am ready to make a motion if we may.
That would be in order.
I move that we adopt a revised impact fee study completed by consultants Tischler Weiss, dated January 19th, 2017.
Did we open the public hearing?
No, we haven't.
Oh, we didn't.
That's
I
right.
will not make a motion yet.
Okay.
Thank you, Melanie.
I will now open the public hearing for item 10B. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item, now would be the opportunity. Please.
Alexandra Ephraimo, 3735 Judd Circle. I'm a single family. A single house, one person. My neighbor, 2. Another neighbor, 2. So, I would recommend that we bring back, because we have a lot of questions up here. As far as the water is concerned, and the single family, multi-family. I would like to see he said he could bring him back to explain some questions for us. But to have everything go up, 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 up. Now, I know I have a fixed income. The family next to me, they're fixed income. Another one fixed income. So we're saying up, up, up. I'd like to know why. Because I don't know, doesn't make sense to me. Does make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to be clear, these would only be impact fees on new development, new housing, not on the existing residents. Councilmember Burton.
I move to adopt a revised impact fee study completed by consultant Tischler Weiss, dated January 19th, 2017.
Second. A motion by Councilmember Burton, a second by Councilmember Haga. Discussion for the motion. I'd just like to state that by law, we have to hire a professional to do all the math, do all the study, prepare the study for the city, and for us to debate whether or not the study is accurate, I don't think is appropriate on the dais. These are professionals and they have to be certified, so I will be in support of the motion. Let's vote.
Councilmember McConaughey?
Aye.
Councilmember Burton?
Yes.
Councilmember Haga?
Yes.
Mayor Rolfe?
Yes.
Councilmember Anderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols.
Yes.
The vote passes 6 in favor.
Business item 11A, discussion, excuse me, let's go back to the consent items. We're good. We've had a staff member waiting all evening. We can get through these pretty quick, I think. Let's see, item A was pulled and B was pulled because of A, is that right? Okay. Who pulled them?
Well, I pulled A, but the others went with it. And it's because we can't do one without, we only can do one of these, we can't do all three of them. And I think at this point, until we take some more time to review which of these we may want to disengage with or change, and since they've already expired, I would be in favor of just doing the reestablishment of the existing ones we have right now, and then we can work out the details of any new ones we might want to do later, or other changes, so that we can keep the others going that are in phase right now. And I would like to also add another one where we have a council member who's the liaison with the planning commission.
So, are you saying
That would be
you'd
my
like to
motion.
pull?
We do A and skip B and C, and then on next time I can add the one for the planning commission and then make other changes that we see fit, so we can keep our committee going to the next sunset time.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. I would be in favor of approving Resolution 1723, which is reinstating all of those committees listed, except for Section 10. I want to have further discussion about the West Jordan Youth Committee. That's the one that's been somewhat defunct, with the exception of the Youth Theater Group. So I would be in favor of reinstating historic preservation, Western Stampede, which I think we need to do that one immediately. Sister City Committee doesn't have too much happening. I don't think it would be a problem to put that back now. Healthy West Jordan is actively working on things. I think we need to bring that back as soon as we can. Certainly the Arts Council, Design Review, Parks and Open Land Sustainability, and the Events Committee. So I would suggest, well, in fact, if there's no other conversation, I would make a motion.
Councilmember Hagan.
Yeah, I don't object to that. The only thing is with the youth committee, I think you would have to move the money that's allocated in the budget into the youth theater group, or to that effect, because they overlap from my perspective when I was served on that committee. So that would be my only comment on that, is somehow moving I think it's like $5,000 from the youth committee to the youth arts committee, correct?
We'd have to have further conversation on that one.
Then it would require a budget amendment then.
So that being said, Mayor, I would move to approve Resolution 17-23 with the exception of Section 10. Section 10 would just become a temporary placeholder.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey, a second by Councilmember Burton. Discussion of the motion? Let's vote.
Mayor Roth.
Yes.
Councilmember Haga.
Abstain.
Councilmember Anderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols.
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Aye.
Councilmember Burton.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-1.
Okay, so what did everybody want to do on B and C? Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, having approved the resolution to reestablish the various committees, B and C seem like they can fall in place now. So if there's no conversation, I would have a motion regarding those.
Would be in order.
Move to approve Resolution 17-24 and Resolution 17-25.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey and a second by Councilmember Burton. Discussion of the motion?
Mayor, clarification. Did that include Councilmember Burton's change with the liaison to the Planning Commission?
No.
Okay.
Let's vote.
Councilmember McConaughey?
Aye.
Councilmember Burton?
Yes.
Councilmember Anderson?
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols?
Yes.
Mayor Rolfe?
Yes.
Vote passes 5 in favor. Oh, yeah, never mind. Just leave that one.
Consent item D. Who pulled this one?
You mean E or D?
D, both D and F are approved.
D, okay. I pulled item E, approve council members' attendance at the International Conference Shopping Centers, ICSC, in Las Vegas, Nevada. The reason I pulled this for discussion is we have spent, first of all, the first mayor to ever attend was me 3 years ago at my own cost. But staff also attended with me, and Councilmember Haga attended with me, and we spent thousands of dollars for 3 years running. I spent thousands of my own dollars. I didn't take any money of the cities to go. It hasn't netted us one connection, not one connection. I think it's been a wasted effort. We didn't know until we tried. Like I said, it had never been done before. We've done it for 3 years, it's failed. I think the thousands of dollars that have been spent would be better spent elsewhere on economic development than going to this particular show. That would be my opinion. And Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. I concur and would suggest that one of those places where the funds could better be spent would be perhaps on the better attendance by the council and better representation at the league meeting in St. George in the fall. I think we can have a bigger impact with our legislators if we're present there, and I think that has more of an impact on economic development than we've seen from the conference in Las Vegas. So I would be supportive and suggest perhaps we look to that event instead. Thank you.
Councilmember Burton.
Thank you, Mayor. After our last meeting when I brought this up, one other council person did reveal to me that he would like to go as well. So that would be 2 council people and 1 staff member. I still think this is good. I agree with going with the league meeting down in St. George in addition to this, not in lieu of. I think both would be good. And it may take a couple more years, but I think getting the image out, getting West Jordan out there in front of these are different people than the league. The league is a lot of legislators. But down here, we have a lot of business people who are looking to expand business in other places. And I think it's good to let them know that we are here, we are live, and we are helping to work with them to bring them in here to West Jordan. So I would be in favor of having this happen.
Councilmember Anderson.
Yeah, and I've never attended an ICSC show, but I've heard quite a bit about it from my chamber time, and I'm the other council member that had talked to Councilmember Burton about attending and maybe using some of the opportunities that I've had networking with business in a prior employment and see if we can do that. But I would agree with Councilmember McConaughey that there might be some advantage to doing something in St. George. But to me, this has helped to jumpstart economic development.
I just state that it hasn't jump-started anything so far for the thousands of dollars that have been spent, personally and from the city's standpoint. And with that, I'd make a motion that we deny consent item E.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Rolfe, second by Councilmember McConaughey. Discussion to the motion. Councilmember Burton.
In the event that this deny goes through, would the city be willing to pay my fee to be a member if I find my own way down there.
You have to bring that back. I don't think that's agendized. This was a discussion on
Mayor.
council members. Yes.
And along with that, I would have a question for legal and HR as to whether or not that's, I guess you mentioned you had done that before on your own dime. Okay, never mind, I'm thinking out loud. Already said my.
Councilmember Haga.
So I'm a member of the ISCS, and that's what we're talking about. And, not that I have a problem with that avenue as far as economic development, but I think money is better spent, in my opinion, filtering that money into our economic development through PR. We talk about doing Facebook, things like that to promote the good of our city. Because even though you're down in Las Vegas, I've been there for 1 year, it's huge convention, and we're a little pea in a pod, and I think it's better to spend money like this towards promoting our city through marketing and advertising and social media. So I'd be opposed to this.
Let's vote.
Just to clarify, the motion is to deny. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burton,
No.
Mayor Wall,
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey,
Aye.
Councilmember Haga,
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols,
No.
Councilmember Anderson.
No.
Vote fails 3-3.
So is there another motion?
Okay, I move that we approve business item.
Consent item.
Consent.
Item,
60.
thank you. Consent item E, to approve council members' attendance at the International Conference Shopping Center in Las Vegas.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Burton, second by Councilmember Anderson. Discussion of the motion. Councilmember Hagan.
I've talked to the city manager about this, and, if this is something the council wants to do, because those of us that have done shows, you can make these successful, but we never had a plan, and the city manager and I discussed it, and again, I'm probably going to go the opposite way, just because I think the money's better spent elsewhere, so thanks.
Councilmember Burton.
My goal is to have a plan, which is why I want staff there to make appointments prior to us going there and get a chance to meet with them in person, which is better than just on Facebook, and being able to show the enthusiasm and the desire, the warmth of West Jordan. And so I believe this is important, and I appreciate the mayor going out the last 3 years, and I appreciate you going 1 year, and I appreciate the opportunity that the city's let me go there last year as well. Thank you.
Just to be clear, our staff has arranged appointments every year for the 3 years that I've been there, so it's not like it hasn't been done in the past. We've had many appointments scheduled, and it's still bore no fruit. Councilmember McConaughey?
Sorry, I'll defer for a second for Councilmember Nichols. That's not his hand going up.
Councilmember Nichols.
Thank you. I would just, to the motion maker, you may want to just consider withdrawing and putting this on the next agenda when we have quorum.
You think it'll be a typo?
Just saying.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. I would still be in opposition to this, and I would suggest when it comes to economic development, I think we can get a little bit better start. Again, I'll echo what I said earlier. If we were to focus on the league meeting in St. George and try and get a better presence of the city down there, we talk about how we don't show well. We talk about concerns with the aesthetics of the city. We talk about some of these retail locations that have gone dark. If we work to get the retailers and we get those connections, we get them to come look at us, and we don't have anything
that's impressive enough to catch their attention, I think that long-term, we probably would have shot ourselves in the foot and killed any connections which we may have made. I think we need to take care and make sure everything's in order here first before we spend too much looking outside. And I think if we strengthen the connections that we have with the legislature, we can work on obtaining funding, kind of like South Jordan did their Redwood Road project and their 106 South project that is very well lit, very well illuminated. Even after we put our own money in as a city to do those streetlights, we still have a lot of room on Redwood Road that is still just the old style lights because we have to work with UDOT. We've got the road widening projects that need to happen. There's a lot of beautification efforts that need to happen. I think we're going to get a lot more bang for our buck if we focus on meeting with the league. And I think we need to get some of those things taken done before we try and forge those connections. If we forge the connections and they take a chance, they come out here and look at us and we're not impressive, how many years is it going to be till we get another chance? So I would still be in opposition. Just wanted to add a little bit more emphasis as to, or explanation as to why my opposition. Thank you.
Let's vote.
Okay. So this is to approve.
Yes.
Councilmember Anderson.
Yes.
Mayor Rawl.
No.
Councilmember Nichols.
That wasn't recorded, yes.
Councilmember Burton.
Yes.
Councilmember Haga.
No.
Councilmember McConaughey.
No.
Vote fails 3-3.
Moving on to consent item G, approve ordinance, oh wait, Zach, hold it.
Mayor, excuse me, I did talk, that's why I ran out. I just asked him, since my name's attached to it, could I represent what his concern was? He wanted an explanation as to why. And I gave him the explanation. He said, okay, tell him to go forward. I can certainly share what I shared with him. The purpose intent behind the ordinance change is to bring our current code requirements in line with state requirements. Currently, when developers come in to pull permits, they are not consistently, our city ordinances are not consistent with state requirements. So you'll often have a developer say, well, you don't require that in the city of West Jordan, so I'm not going to do it. But they're simply making sure hookups for the sewer, power, curb and gutter, those sort of things are already in place before they can start pulling. So that's the intent, is just to bring the city in compliance with state code.
Councilmember Nichols.
Move to approve consent item G.
Second.
A motion by Councilmember Nichols, a second by Councilmember Anderson. Discussion of the motion. Seeing none, let's vote.
Councilmember Haga.
Yes.
Councilmember Anderson.
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Aye.
Councilmember Nichols.
Yes.
Mayor Rawl.
Yes.
Councilmember Burton.
Yes.
Vote passes 6 in favor. Gee.
Anybody need a break beside me?
I move we take a 5-minute break, and I want to thank everybody who is still here. You guys are great. Thank you.
A second that. Motion by Councilmember Burton, a second by Mayor Rolfe. Discussion to the motion. Councilmember McConaughey.
Just to clarify, it looks like we've just got 3 business items left, 11 A, B, and C, is that correct? Is there anything pressing that would prohibit us from having these included on our next meeting's agenda, knowing we still have a
large agenda next meeting, nothing.
Seeing as we're here at 10:30 already and knowing that we still have to do the closed session, I would...
What is everybody?
I would be in opposition to the motion to take a break now, and would prefer that we move this to another meeting.
Make a substitute motion.
So I'll make a substitute motion that we continue business items 11 A, B, and C to the next meeting.
I would be in favor of that, provided we have a break between the moves.
We have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey, a second by Councilmember Burton. Discussion of the motion. Councilmember Nichols.
My opposition would be we have at least one committee member present who's been here to speak. And maybe there could be more than that. I just not seen them.
And I do, there's a lot of staff that's been waiting. The problem is I think item C is going to take an hour itself.
So I would be willing to amend my motion to include just items B and C be continued.
And just do A?
Yeah, we'll just do A.
I'll amend my second to match.
So just for clarification, we're doing
Just A, only A.
Okay, we have a motion on the table, let's vote.
Councilmember McConaughey?
Aye.
Councilmember Burton?
Yes.
Councilmember Haga?
Yes.
I heard that, yes. Mayor Rolfe?
Yes.
Councilmember Anderson?
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols?
Yes.
Vote passes 6 in favor.
Councilmember Conhaven, business item 11A, will you please?
Go ahead, committee.
So business item 11A is discussion and possible action regarding sustainability committee report. Stephen Glane.
Thank you. I'm going to speak slowly because our representative just thought we were taking a 5-minute break, and he'll be back in a minute. Lyle, is he coming soon? Okay. I'm just going to sit down for a minute till he comes back, then I'll introduce him.
I'm going to order pizza. Not for anybody else but these guys, sorry. Is that good? Yeah.
Are we ready? Okay. The Citizens Sustainability Committee is here to make a report. According to the city code, we should be making a report annually. So this report will explain a little bit about what the committee has done in the past year, and we'll ask council for some direction for future efforts. We have Lyle Summers here, who is the chair of the committee currently, and we have our secretary of the committee, Michael Toronto. And Michael will be giving the report. So unless you have questions for me, I'll go ahead and call up Michael to the podium, and I have some written copies of the report that I'll bring to the city clerk. Michael? Okay.
Good evening, everybody. Last time I was here, it was a much more intense process. But I want to thank you, Councilman Nichols, for allowing us to give this report this evening. I wanted to start off the report by talking about some of the key subjects that were discussed and acted on last year by this committee. First of all was the solid waste and recycling. To 4 of our meetings, we invited the general manager of the Trans Jordan landfill to discuss ways that the West Jordan City could help in extending the life of the site and reducing the city's waste stream to the site. We talked about education programs, various can sizes, new technologies, and economic incentives were also considered, along with various zero waste initiatives being implemented by other cities. We talked about water conservation. The committee is monitoring the implementation of our water conservation plan, with emphasis on the landscape ordinance, water rates, and the city's implementation of its automatic metering infrastructure program. Jordan Valley Water Conservancy District local scape program and the city's social norming initiatives are also being followed. The LED street lights. The committee helped to evaluate the feasibility of the project, providing opinions on styles and placement alternatives and some analysis to city staff and council. The resource efficiency facilities and equipment. The committee encourages planning for the inclusion of the LEDs criteria in future city-owned facilities and supports the city purchasing fuel-efficient and alternative fuel vehicles. And lastly, the committee reviewed the city's 2015-2016 budget and offered verbal suggestions on that. Any questions? All right. Secondly, you were given one handout titled Suggestions for Future Committee Assignments. I'm not going to go through all those at the time just for time's sake. You can read them there. There is one I would like to add that is not on there. We are aware and very enthusiastic about the landscape project to the front of the City Hall, and the committee recommends that that be opened up to a competition to local landscape programs for students to submit designs and ideas for that, involving local residents, and also promotes healthy competition. And we'd be willing to work with the Parks and Land Committee on that project. That is one thing we propose for this year, along with the other items A through F that are on there. The committee would like to ask the council for suggestions and feedback on all of those items to help give us guidance for this coming year of what you would like us to focus on, if not one or a couple or all of them, so that we can have some direction as we're going, so we're not going all over the place. We'd like to align ourselves with the council's goals. The second handout you received was our guiding ordinances that were established back in 2012. We would like some feedback and guidance on that as well. Per the guiding ordinance, the committee would like to know if the items on here are the direction the council would like us to go. One area of potential confusion for us is regarding the budget. Would the council like us to focus on any budget issues pertaining to sustainability or anything else? Would the council like us to only look at environmental and energy projects that also save money? Or would the council recommend that the committee consider projects that don't necessarily save money, but positively protect and impact the longevity of our natural resources and other sustainability projects? So we are asking for the council's feedback and guidance on that. We know the council is busy and you have a lot of things on your plate. To help the committee stay on focus and help us stay productive, we would like to ask if we can receive that feedback and guidance by our next meeting, which is March 16th. Would that be possible?
Councilmember Haga?
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. You know, this committee's been really, from my perspective over the last few years, just the LED direction that this committee took the city was all really awesome. And I'm wondering if we give you more time than just, one meeting. So that would be my feedback. Your service is great. Appreciated. I think that's made a difference. And if we need to define things more as far as the will of the council, I would be a proponent of maybe spending my time, maybe it's 3 on 3 council members. We have to have a quorum if we're a meeting, if we have a quorum, but give you whatever assistance we can for these goals. These are very worthwhile goals, so that would be my recommendation. I would be able to come up with some ideas by that time. But I'd like to give you face-to-face and kind of get an idea really where the committee wants to go.
Okay, we appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Burton.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciated the opportunity that Councilman Nickel gave me to sit in for a few months and attend your sustainability committees. I'm impressed on the work and effort that you put into that. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for providing some education for me. I think 2 weeks is plenty of time since you're already in and going for just to do some tweaking and let us get back to you at our next council meeting on some areas we'd like you to focus on. So I would be in favor of that.
So I'm looking at the items that are out here. If we're going to provide direction as a body, it obviously needs to be in this forum. So do we want to have agendized another item to review suggestions for them? Or I've got a couple items that I could share right now. Does anybody else have anything that I could go with right now, or is the consensus is wait?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Hagan.
Is the sustainability from our perspective, we need to be sustainable. We're healthy right now, our city, and that's when the budget committee kind of went away and they assigned it to the sustainability. I still think those match. I'm hoping maybe we can, either getting more support for volunteers, but people with background in economics. So I'm more as far as we have a great new budget director and staff, figuring out how we can get that together with them and help direct the council on more sustainability type measures. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. Thank you.
From the budget committee side of it.
Okay.
Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I'm very familiar with the Sustainability Committee, served on it last year, and grateful for all the things. And I go back a little bit to the Budget Committee when the budget and sustainability were combined. I was on budget, and that's how I ended up on sustainability, is when they combined those. So we had talked at our last meeting to see if that was something that sustainability wanted to, but that could be something that we discuss at the next meeting. But glad you're on the committee.
Thank you. And I think one area that the committee has talked about is sustainability. Is that purely environmental? Is that budget? Is that economic development? And what role do we play in all those? If none of them, which ones? And that's the direction. It's part of the direction we are looking for.
So former council member Summers can give plenty of history on that. But originally, what is now the Sustainability Committee used to be the Water Conservation Committee that morphed into the Budget Committee and now just general sustainability. And it's meant to cover all aspects of sustainability, financial, environmental, to some extent even with regard to human relation or HR within the city. Some of the different aspects between. Let me back up. Just basically all-encompassing, and really, since it's a group of volunteers, we want to give you as much leeway to tackle whatever is most important to the members of that group. What we found before was when we gave very specific directions saying, please go do this, there were maybe only 2 or 3 people who had an interest in that, and it kind of drove the rest of the folks away. So I'm a little bit hesitant to give direction that's too constraining. However, as I look at this list, I'm very, very happy. I would have no objection to anything that's on this list. To me personally, the rest of the council may have different opinions, and we can discuss that. But one of the things that for me jumps out the most is letter item B, review city ordinance and policies that impact economic development for sustainability, compliance, and improvements. That would be pretty important to me. Just this morning, somebody brought up questions on, there was a social media forum where they brought up questions about food truck licensing. And as myself, I tried to make a couple of phone calls. I got a little bit different direction as to what the process is for that licensing, what the cost is. I would encourage kind of a sort of secret shopper approach to some of the different things that are out there. Act as if you were applying for a job within the city and see what the process is, and the application process, does that need to be revamped? What if you're going to build a house, build an addition to a house, the building permit process? I would be very, very curious to see what you come up with. I know I've already got some of my own preconceptions, but reviewing the city ordinances, in particular the touch points for developers and residents as they interact with the city, for me that's of utmost interest. Item number F on here, research and proposed public education programs. Absolutely, I think the city could have a better in strategic planning, all of us voiced an opinion that we'd like to see the city better engage with the residents, and I think the public education is the prime way to do this. The first thing that comes to my mind is recycling. There were some things that I didn't personally know about recycling. I had very, very old information that suggested, for example, with a pizza box, if there's a little bit of cheese, that's okay, go ahead, toss it in. Come to find out, no, the pizza boxes, they're perforated so you can recycle the lid and throw away the bottom part. There's a lot of things like that that people don't know within the city. So as we look at education, that's one of the things that pops out right away. So I would be very much in favor of that. You talked about the landscape design competition. My first instinct is to say, yes, I would love to do that. However, I'm thinking now, what would staff say if now staff is trying to coordinate a whole bunch of people trying to submit for this contest? Is there any potential liability? Could this make things more difficult for staff? And I think that might be a little bit of a trade-off between PR and an opportunity to give exposure and education and experience to the folks who are looking for it. So I'm kind of 50-50 on that one, but I would love to hear more.
Okay.
So those are my first three thoughts to give at least my own personal direction. Is there any opposition from council to asking sustainability to pursue at least those first few? Okay. So if you would, that would be very, very appreciated.
Okay.
The second item goes along with what Councilmember Haga suggested, which is it would be fantastic to hear a little bit more from you guys. I don't want to put any undue burden on the Sustainability Committee, but I would have no opposition to hearing from you more often, more frequently than just once a year.
Okay.
If you felt quarterly or semi-annually is a good time to come back and report, that way you don't have a list of 15 different things that you're working on over the course of the year, maybe just 2 or 3, and then you're coming back at the end of 3 or 4 months to report and then get new objectives to work towards. I think we might see a little bit more success, which also goes again to the item that I just concerned, a little improved interaction between the city council and the residents. This is exactly why we have the committee, so we can hear from the residents, and you're helping act as a sounding chamber to sort of amplify what the neighbors want. So, Councilmember Haga had one more item.
So, since I've been on council, I've followed planning and zoning, not because I was his expert, but because I had staff send me minutes and all the things that the commission was doing. And I'm wondering, on your committee, because I'm sure there's some good minutes and dialogue, is there a way that you can connect us on our emails as far as communicating your meetings, your agendas, things like that? And does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because I will read them,
Would that be to all council members or specific?
So the ask, I guess, would be, as you conclude meetings, that the minutes could be provided to Heather, and then we can ask Heather to send them to the rest of the council.
Okay.
So given that last little bit of conversation, I would question if you want to come back to our next council meeting and potentially be at the podium at 5 minutes to 11 p.m. Or
my wife doesn't like it very much.
You invite her next time. So do you feel comfortable with that direction, to starting off in that point, or going that route? And then do you want to put something on the calendar tentatively right now to say we'll plan a follow-up and say it's February, you can say 4 months from now, so June, the second meeting of June.
Okay. There you are. Good with that? We are good with that.
Okay, so we will forego another meeting between now and then, but we'll plan on having agendized for the second meeting of June, another follow-up with the Sustainability Committee meeting. The items that list is perfect.
Thank you.
That you provided. And just again, thank you for your time, your service, the dedication. And please pass our thanks on to your family as well for letting you be here this late at night.
Will do.
It might not sound sincere, but in all honesty, I served on that committee for a number of years. It's a fair amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
There's no public recognition for what you do. And it's very appreciated seeing the dedication, your willingness to stay this late to share thoughts and just ask our opinion. It adds significantly to my respect for you and former council member Summers for being here. So thank you very much for what you do.
Welcome. Thank you for all your help. We appreciate it.
We'll see you in a few months.
Thank you.
So that concludes the agenda for this evening. We need a motion to move to closed session.
I move that we take a 5-minute break and move into closed session and adjourn from there. And the closed session is for the purpose of discuss the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual. Strategy session discussing pending or reasonably imminent litigation. Strategy sessions to discuss the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property, including any form of water right or water shares.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion to the motion?
Since it's for closed session, we have to have roll call?
Yes, we do. Mayor Rolfe, do you want to talk, no? Okay. Councilmember Haga?
Yes.
Councilmember Anderson?
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McConaughey?
Aye.
Councilmember Burton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob? Oh, he's not here. Councilman Jacob, you want to go into a closed session? Okay, vote passes 5-0.
We will start the closed session at 11 o'clock. Please do not be later than that.
Kind of scary.
you